Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my fellow YouTubers. Welcome to another edition of Krabby McCoffees. No, I haven't brushed my hair. I got out of bed, okay? Had a tinkle, and I'm trying to keep it clean. It's Sunday morning. And I was reading an article about prepping. And it's like, is the grocery stores going to be having more problems? Yeah. You see, there's people in the world that turn around and they think nothing's happening, right? I've talked about this before, okay? So, restaurants apparently, right, are slowly shutting hours. Your favorite restaurants, right? So, last night, this lady calls me, right? Calls me on my Google phone, right? After, right, I get done. And tells me that 2/3 of the restaurants on the island are shutting or slowing their hours and cutting days because the lack of ingredients. So then I was thinking, really, right? Because Chloe goes, right, to the pizza shop. They close at 9. She got there at like 7:45. They were closed. So Chloe finally, right, she gets me my beer. I haven't touched it yet. Half gallon full, and I'll be trying it today, by the way. It's Sunday, so Zoe. So she picks me up 2 sandwiches, right? 2 sandwiches and a clam chowder was $49, right? The beer was 26. Apparently the beer was about $9, right? So apparently my jug, this is my jug, fully filled with an imperial stout. This jar looks a little smaller than mine. Apparently it's smaller. It's in a 32-ounce jug, is it? Looks like, oh no, it's 64, so they topped it up. So apparently they were offering no deals until Monday. But anyways, let me just tell you the story, okay? I know, what is it? Tell more. Trudor? He's gonna be like, right on. How many beers do I have anyways? Left in the fridge and cans. I have 2 cans or 3 cans. And then I drink 4. I can't remember. Okay, so I got 2 cans left in the half gallon. I'm trying the half gallon today, okay? Sometime today I'm gonna do the half gallon. I got 1 gym left on my game, but we're not here to talk about the stuff, right? So last night I finally told Chloe, okay, I said I'm gonna get up early tomorrow, probably. More likely jump on the early morning edition, a Sunday morning edition to talk about news. And I was flipping through my news feed. And then I was sitting there, right, thinking, isn't it bad, right? And then I was thinking about my situation, right? Now you can say, well, what situation? Well, Sunday morning we talk about various discussions, but prepping, right? So we, the preppers, right, turned around and basically you've been getting shafted. You see, for some of you out there, I've been saving to read a comment that really won my heart last night by Trudor. Trudor basically said, Red Dawn, epic movie, good choice, have a beer on me. Now, I didn't have any more beer because I'll tell you the story. So I got my food last night after the lady called me and was explaining to me that the stores and the island places there's multiple problems, okay? And Trudeau is completely right. So I want to go over his comments this morning again, okay, with a better, clear head, okay? He said in one of his posts, supply chain issues. It is. They're literally having so much supply chain issues that people are now seeing the truth. And by the way, has anyone, I'm going to look up something. Oh, we don't even know what it is, right? I don't pay attention. So the average price of gas is $3.95. Florida, 3. Okay. So, is there like a, okay. Yeah, okay. Gas prices. Hmm. All right, so, I think it's, let me look, all right? So, all right, so, all right, so I'm looking at, I don't care what it is, fuel-wise. Always pull that. All right, so currently where I live, gas is approximately $4.21 minimum. So that's just for gas. It doesn't say that's for regular cheap old mid grade is 4.35, so it's 10 cents more. At least we know that, right? And premium, that's what we call it, right? Premium is 4.51. Now I'm curious because this is diesel. Sorry, I don't know what the E85 is. 4.74 for diesel. And then finally, you have that E85, which I think is ethanol 85. So it's basically $3 for the lowest. I think that might be low grade. And then the unleaded 88, which is $3. So it must be a low grade, more ethanol. But, anyways, so this morning they were talking about fuel prices, right? Fuel prices, people are still upset, right? I mean, after getting off of YouTube last night and talking to the manager, right? You just want to make sure it was okay. Chloe was getting me something, and I told them I wanted a buffalo chicken sandwich. I told them cheese too, but they didn't have the cheese. No, let me just say the salads were amazing. They actually went above and beyond to give me a great salads. I mean, literally, they didn't charge me additional. They could have given me an entire box of fries like this much in a little container. But you know what? They've been separating everything because they don't want it soggy, so they put it in these little containers, right? But I'm telling you, the salad was worth it. Chloe said the clam chowder sucked, but the salad was worth it. Best salad I've had in a long time, next to what I make. Okay, I mean literally, I can. They literally have a house. They have a house now. The brewery doesn't. So that's why I went with. The brewery wasn't going to substitute fries for a salad. This place said, "Oh yeah, we'll substitute it." And because they know when I come in, I'm usually hungry and tipsy. The lady also, always when she called, she asked how Moppy was doing. Apparently, there was a little treat in the bag for Moppy. So, when you guys sit there and say, "Oh well," you don't see this every day. Oh, I have to try a different toothpick. Well, I'm telling you, last night's salad was the bomb. So, great salad. Chloe, on the other hand, was miserable because, and then I finally turned to Chloe and I said, Chloe, the reason I had to fucking cook is because you're a lazy ass. You're a lazy ass that doesn't even want to fucking prep. Yeah. So she started trying to get even with me, okay? Now I'm trying to watch Red Dawn, all right? Now this is a story for Trudeau and for Piper and for Zoe and for Tara J and Gabby and anyone, right? Chloe thinks she's a real woman by passing out. Right? Last night she was talking about you, right? So this morning I get up. I'm having a bath later. But I get up. I'm thinking about bath. Thinking about my morning coffee. I'm making my coffee. It's getting difficult to make my coffee. Chloe turns around and says, all trannies are real women. Well, guess what? My First Rights Amendment trumps your rights means that you're a real woman. Yeah, if you're a Democratic douchebag, you're a fucking real woman. But I'm not a fucking Democratic douchebag, and you're not a fucking real woman. You see? Thing is I'm more like a mama bear, a mama hen, more likely a mama bear. And a bear cub, Chloe, or the Wolf Cub needs to be taught a lesson. And that is no tranny in their right mind are, if you're intersex and you get through so many years. Now, let me tell you my thoughts on transgenderism, okay? Trannies are not. You see, all these celebrities, they post trannies are real women. I'm sorry to say it, but a tranny ain't a fucking real woman or a man. They're a fucking, I learned that it ain't the fucking mindset. It's not the soul even. It's a fucking mental illness. It's a fetish. People say to me, "Oh, you must be jealous because we pass better, we look better." It's not jealousy. You know the difference between me and you is, people, the trannies out there that want it, they want to trade your guns in for their sex change. Yeah. They would literally sell you upriver if they said prepping was going to be banned. They would sell the preppers upriver for surgeries. You'd be upriver and everything confiscated. Why? Because they would do it. I've not met one tranny that doesn't fear having rights taken away. I mean, look, for example, Chloe, she turns around and she said, "Oh, my rights are being taken away. The Republicans." I don't give a shit if your rights are being taken away. You see, there's two fucking people in this world. The paranoid, schizophrenic son of a bitches who believe their rights are being taken away. Then there's the other people that don't give a shit. You see, I'm in the I don't give a shit category. You see, because frankly, in my opinion, it's utter garbage. In my opinion, by the way, I love Zoe dearly. In my opinion, I got enough on my plate. You really think I give two shits about a fucking, I mean, look, it's 15th of the month. The little son of a bitch can't even get off their fucking lazy ass to go to the fucking tobacco shop. They don't earmark it, right? Oh, I'm a real woman with a. See, when you see a woman, right? What do you think? I'll tell you what I think. I see a woman like Zoe, beautiful, gorgeous, hot for her age, and then I see a young girl, cute in her way, 18 to 30, cute, right? Former dude, sometimes inverted penis, sometimes penis, right? And it's like, "Oh, I'm a real woman. You accept me," right? I'm doing the thing if it flopped out. You know how sometimes they go like this or that, like swaying, and then they got to tape it. They got to use duct tape, which is painful. They got to use gaffs. They got to use so many different things, right? That does make a woman. Having a vagina doesn't mean they say, "Oh, having a vagina can't have all the sex on it." Really, most guys, 99% of them don't want men. I mean, literally, let me just tell you the freaking problem in this country. Okay, we got two problems here. We got us, the preppers, being talked down and belittled. And then you got the fucking freeloading mooches that want everything handed to them. If there was a situation when SHTF situation happened, okay, I got an email this morning. By the way, I want to address that soon about Mama Fanny. I gave her an email back, and I told her I will be there for her. Well, she's got some medical conditions, and as a administrator, I am going to email her any chance I get. I'm going to probably pull up some research tomorrow morning. I'm going to pencil it in, which reminds me, even though I'm on my day of rest, let's just see what Monday's agenda is, shall we? Because everyone's emailing me saying, "Oh, Rita, that's a bad idea." Really? You know what the bad idea is? Hearing someone say it's a bad idea. So Monday, I got spreadsheets. Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay. So we're getting to the point where I think so. Gotta call up All right, so today is day of rest. So the schedule looks pretty good, right? So a lot of you say to me, "Oh, what are you planning to do?" Right? Well, let's just say I'm planning to do a lot more with planners soon. Okay, I got a budget planner. I got it to start that. I also have a journal coming. Um, a journal, by the way. I actually bought journals. There's a journal set that Higgins emailed. I think it was a 6 pack. You guys might want to stockpile that if you have a family member. Tell Door if you have a wife, you might want to invest in that. I'm just checking this coming week. Okay. So I got to call the glasses thing, right? Okay. Yes. So just making sure I have everything set for the week. This is not work, actually. This is just thinking about what we got to do for next week. See. Hmm. And if I email one company, it's not literally work, it's just an inquiry. So, however, we can all argue to disagree if you guys want. So tomorrow's Monday, so and then so apparently we have 13 days. Chloe's mom comes. Wonder how that's gonna play. So, anyways, the schedule currently is pretty good. Then you know, I'll figure it out. June comes. It's not June yet. So, I want to check mark something, anyways. Yesterday, right? Oh, this is this week. Okay, so let's see. Drink water. See, I started this on Thursday, so YouTube spreadsheets I did yesterday, so that's productive. Planner I did every day. Called Dad, did that. So, only thing we're missing in our next week is. See, I can fill it in now. Let's see. All right, so this week is. All right, so. Oh. So a lot of you have asked me, will this work? I mean, look, I'm already filling in prepping areas, right? How to improve the prepping areas, etc. One of the things is this thing here, okay? Now, tell the one I was talking the other day. He's like, "Oh, right on. Look at this." One of the things is this week's win. There's this little area, right? It says this week's win, and then how to improve next week. I just filled it in. How to improve next week. Do a little better. See? And then this is my schedule up to the 11th. So, then what I do is I go, right? And so it goes 31st, and then February 1st, it goes up to the 11th. Why waste any pages as a prepper, right? So currently, I got orders placed, more orders placed, more orders placed. And then on the 11th is when I change over to this. But, it goes all the way into March, No. So I got a meal planner coming. Yes, I bought a meal planner. I'm getting tired of Chloe being a lazy son of a bitch. I'm going to have to do more administrative duties. So, anyways, I think I'll email her mom real quick while we're thinking about it. All right, just get it out of the way now. Because I'm curious. So go. All right, so let's see. Hold on a second. No, where's my email? Here it is. But what else was I gonna do? All right, peeps. So I sent the first email out. Second email is just a quick email. So what I'm doing this morning is I'm actually trying to catch. I'm not doing email. I did a personal email. People say to me, "Doesn't personal emails fall on the guise of working?" No, not really. You see, as an administrator, I have some duties to do, and email is one of them. So what I'm doing is I'm having my morning coffee, and I'm looking over some stuff. Okay. All right. So then what I want to do is I want to go to the contact page, right? Customer service, right? I send a quick email out. Oh, so I have a story for you guys. Okay. Get in touch. Fine. All right. So. All right. So I emailed this company I've been meaning to do, right? So sometimes you have to do personal emails. So I want to go through Teldor's email this morning, okay? For you preppers out there. So Teldor basically turns around, right? Why the hell am I wanting to send this out on my email client? I hate when that happens. Okay, so Teldor says, thanks for the backing. Look, I back all my people, okay? Some people think others are weird, okay? Let me put it to you this way for some of you preppers out there, okay? We don't need to know where you are. You like my content, you send me gift cards if you wish, and you email me and say, hey, I want you to improve on this, or I want you to improve on that, or hey, great content, here's a gift card, if you wish, no pressure. But at the same time, there's people out there that prep and like my channel. Sometimes people think that they're trolls because they're commenting offline videos. Maybe they're afraid to do the live chat. Maybe they're afraid because they see in the live chat that there's a lot of wrenches. I mean, literally, has anyone ever thought about that? So I'm not going to give you any details of Mama Fanny right now, but Mama Fanny is ill, so I'm going to do a prayer for her this morning. Oh, Heavenly Father, please look after and take care of Mama Fanny Urban Homesteader. Get her well. I worry about her. Please make her well, and please take good care of her and her family during her ailments and beyond when she's better. Please take care of her herself. Please bless her and guide her. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. So you see, we all need prayers, right? So as a prepper, I can't say what's wrong with her, but she gave me the skinny. So that's kind of a personal info. Now for Teldor and the rest, right? North Dakota is expensive, right? Says, Rita, this is Teldor, right? Thanks for having me. The problem is there's too many people accusing others of coming on my channel, noobs. And the truth is we don't know who they are. We're not meant to know. If we get 1,000 subscribers, that's fine. If we get 500,000 subscribers, we're fine. If we get 1 million subscribers, it's awesome. The problem with YouTube is when it comes to YouTube, right? YouTube eventually will go the way of the dodo bird. Everything has an expiration date. Think about it. What I do now could be 20 years from now. YouTube can be taken down because it's too much server space or too many useless videos, so they're killing the earlier ones and not archiving it. I mean, have you ever thought of what's going to happen in the future? I mean, so let's continue. I have watched the other prepping channels. They have mega subscribers. Remember what I said earlier? I was going to talk about this with a clean head without bearding me. Yeah. The mega subscribers. The mega subscribers are the people that turn around and they spend, they get the mega subscribers and they make the lies. I mean, literally, what Teldor is saying is true. I mean, look, I'm a small mom and pop channel. I don't make lies. I don't go look up information and be like, oh, CP here, gotta prepare now and buy my crap because we're gonna have nuclear war. SP here, nuclear war, you say? Oh, well, I got this report today on there's food shortages in 90% of America, and you better get your groceries because there's gonna be food shortages in 3 months. And then there won't be any food for 9 months. Hold on. PP here, you pussies. We're basically turning around, and we were going to basically overthrow the government once the House controlled and the Senate in a red wave. But you pussies didn't fucking vote, so now we're fucking at square one, and I'm losing subscribers because people don't want to believe we're going to overthrow the government, blah, blah, blah. See, I'm not going to overthrow the government, so if anyone sees my video, no, I'm giving you the skinny of some of these people, okay? Now, Zoe was telling me the other day I look good in a hat. Well, I wish I knew where my captain's hat was. That was the thing. I was asking Zoe the other day where my captain's cap was. Anyways. I don't need to wear a hat for this video, okay? I'm not going to wear a hat for you guys. I wanted to because every one of these damn dumbasses wear a hat, right? But let's just get to it, right? They have mega subscribers. The fact of the matter is, they are a bunch of peckerwood bastards that are fake. Yeah, I mean, think about it. I mean, literally, do you see me sitting here saying, oh, nuclear war, nuclear? No, I said, there's a possibility of nuclear war. I didn't say there is nuclear war. The difference is there's a possibility. Prep for it, right? Let me tell you this. Let me give you a breakdown. I want to talk about today about prepping a bit and about the comments. Okay, I want to go through the comments this morning or it's Sunday. It's one of my topics of the day. Okay, and it says in my journal here, right? My planner. You guys are gonna laugh, especially Teldor, right? So every week I got notes and jobs to do. Right, tasks says right there. I put in it YouTube. So as of Monday, I got to check off my entire week of YouTube because I'm doing this for you guys, right? It's like a job for preppers. But I enjoy it, okay? So before you sit there and think I'm miserable, no, I enjoy it. I don't care if I get viewers or not. But so he says they're a bunch of lying peckerwoods. Well, let's look at that again. They're a bunch of peckerwood bastards that are fake. Well, yeah, think about it. I mean, if you look at my favorite channel, right? I finally got to see him on video once, right? He was wearing a suit, Epic Economist, Economic Economist. Love him, by the way. His voice is doom and gloom. The comments are hilarious because they all know it's entertainment. You know, he's like, better prep now because the world's coming to a collapse. But thing is, there's a lot of people out there that are preppers that are prepped to the same channels. But the problem is, are they literally seeing anything? No. I mean, I subscribed to one lady who lost her husband, you know. She's a sweetheart, you know. She just keeps going on. But, you know, all these people say, oh, if this happens, that happens. Look, I don't know what's going to happen for the future, okay? But I'm going to give you my opinion at the end of the comments because there's something I should tell you guys. You keep it real. Well, thank you. I try, you know, and I'm, you know, not a mooch, but I do always say donations are appreciated. Same goes with the donation area of the Airy Sky Rita Lee channel. Your rants, your burps, your honesty, your good heart. Well, my heart's bad on the fact physically because I eat too much. By the way, I had that chicken sandwich last night. Let me just say, for the honest review, the salad was a lot better than the chicken sandwich. And that's because, you know, I'm still belching it up from last night. I'm telling you, my bunghole will burn, though. It actually, you know, Chloe, I'm sitting there like this, and Chloe's like, oh, you're watering a bit. They did good. I'm like, it's basically Frank's Red Hot or Tabasco on a sandwich, right? That's all they did. But they didn't put the cheese on it like I like, and then they didn't put the ranch dressing on. They gave me extra ranch. I can say that, but you know, I didn't have. I have my own ranch, so you know, I'm just gonna right. So 2 sandwiches, right? No. Before you sit there and say, "Oh, you're a pig. You eat double of everything." No, actually. So my sandwich is here. I'm gonna heat this up today for lunch. As Zoe would say, "Waste not, want not." And then I ate the salad, by the way, and all my salad makings. I might put in a cucumber to go with it once I heat it up, okay? So he's like, oh, yeah, cucumber. Cut up a cucumber, stick on my sandwich. Have a buffalo chicken sandwich, cucumber. You know, if Chloe could have done this too, just find a chicken patty or something, marinated fucking chicken overnight, cook it up, and then slap it on a sandwich. I mean, how simple is that? I mean, I'm a cook, okay? I can give ideas. But Chloe, she goes and me. Well, fine. So her birthday lunch I got last night for her was a bowl of clam chowder with bacon, which sucked. So, anyways, for today's thing, let's continue. Your rants, your burps, your honesty, your good heart. I love it all. I'm serious. No, not brown nosing. I know you're not brown nosing, okay? There's people out there that love my channel. They love me for being their entertainment, their form of entertainment, their happiness. And, you know, some people say, oh, you know, then you get the trannies that subscribe to me and then they share my video. Oh, look at this person's anti-tranny, you know, they think we should die. I didn't say you should die. I said taxpayers shouldn't be giving you a cooter because we shouldn't be, we shouldn't be accepting these people because they're not real women. They're not. They sit there. Oh, I got a real woman mind. I want a guy. I can't have a man. I mean, that's why Chloe thinks Zoe's fucking a man. And Zoe's all female. I can vouch to Zoe and to Chloe that Zoe, my friend, who I love dearly, is my friend, is a fucking woman. Chloe says, "Oh, they're a man." Really, a man will turn around and say, "I'm all woman." Yeah, that's true. But point is, and a man who becomes a woman, all they want is to be a closeted man with a cooter, and they have to still have men, and most men don't want them. Now, back to his thing. You keep it real, your rants, your burps, your honesty, good heart. I love it all. I'm serious. I'm not brown nosing. I watch channels I like to watch, period. The other peckerwood and turd nugget fake channels can blow it out their fucking chili hole. Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, think of it. All of them want to fucking make money. You know how many fucking peckerwood channels in the past I would literally do prepper-wise before prepping was, I was telling everyone stockpile, the pandemic's not over. It's going to be over and over when the government says it's over. And yet, I turned around. Which reminds me, my spit cup's over there. Is that? No, that's a pot. Where is my spit cup? I think I cleaned it, right? Anyways, we'll find in a minute. So basically what happened was they turned around and they were being rude. Yeah, they were literally being rude. Okay, you can sit there and say, "Oh, rude. What's rude? Rude." As in rude up. Okay. They turned around and they were rude. Now, before you sit there and say, "What is rude?" I'll tell you what rude is. Rude is where you turn around and it's rude, that these people, have many things, channels can blow it out their fucking chili hole just trying to keep it real. Yeah, well, that's the thing. They're rude by not keeping it real. They're rude by lying. Sorry, I had a brain fart. Lying about what their content is. I'm thinking of it. When I do video, I say to people, I will be monitoring natural disasters. As long as you keep prepping specifically for natural disasters, you'll be fine. I'm prepping you, my preppers, my flock, for power outages. We might never have one, but they say the power grid is weak. So we better prepare, right? Because no one knows what's going to happen if there's a pandemic so big, besides a coronavirus pandemic, that turns around and shuts off the power, right? How many people are going to be dead in their beds from freezing? How many people are going to die because the power is not powering the CPAPs machine? How many people are going to die when they run out of gasoline to run the generators? How many people are going to die? Die, right? How many people are going to die? And overall, how many people? Here's a question for you preppers. I know Teldor's probably watching this, replay later. And he's like commenting. How many people are going to go fucking insane without fucking internet? How many people are going to be fucking insane without fucking power? How many people are going to be insane without fucking their cell phone? Think about it. Think about it. Okay. So think about it. How many people grew up in an age where they're growing up glued to their TV? Think about it. Think about it. I grew up in the TV age. Power goes out. Mom always got cards, board games, the Game Boy. I mean, let me put it to you this way, okay? I'm not going to go and give you a nostalgia review, okay? But I'd like to make a statement today. It's my channel, after all. My channel, my rules, my life. You see, back in the day, okay, once upon a time, Eldor, Welcome to the channel, friend. Once upon a time, and I always got my phone again. It seems like a little turkey. Oh well. It goes like this. Once upon a time, people lost power. Some others for weeks on end, some for days, some for months, some for a few days. But eventually the power was restored. And yet, technology advanced. First, people had cell phones, right? Flip phones, brick phones, bag phones. Maybe I'll get a brick phone, a bag phone, show you what a brick phone is, and a flip phone. I got bag phones laying around in my room, okay? Bag phones. And then you have cell phone companies saying because it's old technology, they can't activate it. It's because they don't want to. They want you to have a smartphone to track. The better the tracking the government says, right? Then, you preppers out there that prepped in the 70s, 80s, you always had to re-prep water. Water was easy to get a hold of to a point. Food was getting easier. In the 80s, they said, oh, the end is coming in the 80s, the recession of 80. Now people are like, well, we lived through the recession of 80s, the recessions of 90s or whatever, the recession of 08. We're going to get through this, right? The thing is every generation talks about it, but every generation doesn't realize that it's the next generation that could be the one that's going to basically lose it on the ground of other issues. I mean, look, we preppers have a lot of problems, okay? One, we got people out there in the world that think we're crackpots, insane, crazy people because we're prepping. We're stockpiling food. We're stockpiling water. We're stockpiling groceries. We're canning. We're whatever we're doing, right? And yet, they say we're the insane ones. Do I look like I'm insane? No. Let me tell you what I feel in my heart. I love all of you, by the way. I feel the gamers out there, as well as the non-gamers, could learn a lesson, preppers, from technology. You see, let me ask you a question. Hey, man, where's your spit cup? Oh, it's right here. See? Let me empty it from yesterday's. Give me 1 second. I'll have a dip with you guys. I think this is important. Okay. Oh yeah, Chloe left this garbage pile here. Need receipts, you see? She needs to start to learn her budget. So starting tomorrow, I'm giving her lessons. Okay. Are you ready? I'm going to give you 2 examples, okay? 2. No, I'm not going to get off my ass and get, well, yeah, I guess. I just don't, I'm going to leave it where I don't have access to it. Okay, here we go. Let me just put this on, use this temporarily. All right. Okay. All right, see this? This is a tablet phone, right? It's got the pin, right? Let me tell you how fucking stupid Peckerwoods are these days with it, okay? I'm going to just do this, okay? Hold on. Before you say, oh, this is a prepping channel, don't worry, I'm getting to the point. Okay, you see this? This is Google Calendars, right? It says January 16th, right? I got to add an appointment, right? I'll get to it on the desktop later so I can edit it, right? And fix it. So apparently, breaking news: 60-some people dead in an airplane crash outside of Nepal. So now, for you preppers out there, you sit there, and there's these people out there. They're glued to their fucking phone. They have a $1,500 phone, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I got it. It's my life, right?" I have a flip phone. $20. Basic flip phone. I can show you what a basic flip phone looks like without. I have an old one that doesn't work. See, 2 old ones. I sometimes joke around with Chloe, but I have something like this flip phone. See, government can track it very little. Has no apps, no nothing. Right? I just pick it up, make a phone call, close it, throw it in my pocket, and go. Right? Have this old one too. My husband's. Why do I like flip phones? Nostalgia, but because you don't need fucking phones and apps. When you go out, let me tell you, there's too many peckerwoods out there in this day and age. They want to take their phone. Okay, now I know Teldor and Zoe and most of my crew. I know Pee Wee doesn't, but I'm gonna give an example of my crew. Higgins doesn't, but maybe he does. But you got Zoe. You got probably Teldor, probably Fanny, probably some other, right? Tethering their phone, right? Pay attention here. Tethering their phone, like my cousin Dinky, to their YouTube so they can sit there and as they're driving, right? If there's a video, they can actually turn the video off on the screen, most likely, and they can play it through their phone while driving to work about the latest rant from Rita because they think technology is great, right? Technology is great, but do you see therapists? Do you see doctors sometimes? Do you see all these private clinics, right? And you say, oh, yeah. Do you see them? Do you see them using the daily planners, the big daily planners? And if you say yes, that's because they rely on the planners, right? They might, people these days, right? Google sometimes have deleted my appointments, right? My appointments. Put it on a calendar. You do like grandma and grandpa do. They take their pen and they write it on the calendar. People say, oh, grandma, it's so old fashioned. Why don't you use your phone, right? Maybe grandma's got a flip phone. Maybe grandma is basically smarter than some of you son of a bitch. I mean, look, let me put it this way. In the backup, okay, I pay X amount of money every year for, no one knows, well, people know this, for a satellite phone. So the minutes roll over every year just in case. But you think, and every year they say, oh, the newest model's available. Do you want to upgrade? Well, if I keep it brand new in the box. So all you do is just pay the shipping and they send you a new one. I don't have to tell you where I go. Thing is, I keep a satellite phone as an emergency. Now, so if I have a satellite phone, oh, I'm a Cheeto juice crush. Okay. There. Then I'll change out the batteries later. Then what happens? Then you got Peckerwoods turning around and being so addicted to their phones that they walk down the street, okay? Let me tell you a story. Story time with Rita. Turned around, and you know what I did the other day? Turned around the other day, and I literally, last time I was on a ferry boat, right? I was on a ferry, right? Love the ferry, right? I'm in the bathroom. Right? And no, this ain't about the tranny in the bathroom. This is a serious in the bathroom moment. I'm in the bathroom, right? And I hear, hey, how you doing? And no, it's not the meme, right? And I'm sitting there. Lady next to me is like, I'm fine. I'm going to the bathroom. Oh, that's great. Oh, someone's answering. There. Finally, I get out to wash my hands. I look at this old lady, right? She said, ma'am, wasn't that rude? I said, yeah, fucking people sitting on the shit are using. I use the phone if I'm talking to Higgins or Zoe to a point while I'm on the toilet. They hear the toilet flushing. But, the point is I'm not sitting on, this is a private issue. So Higgins doesn't mind. If he says, oh, call me back if you're pissing, okay. Or Zoe, call me back if you're using the toilet, right? But with other people in public, you don't sit there, yeah. I mean, I don't want to go into the bathroom and be like, oh, yeah, so anyways, I got a tinkle, and or, the thing is, there's too many people glued to their phone, right? I got shoot me an email, right? On a vacation, right? I mean, here's what I do, okay? When I had a smartphone, right? I would get on the train, say, going to Chicago, right? Let's just say Chicago. I'd get in, right? I'd get on at like 8, 9 at night, right? Like one time we had to go to a funeral, so we had sleeping car companies. We went into the dining car. Hubby paid cash for it because Poppy paid for the bill. Sent Western Union, said, get your butt out there, you and your wife. So we're on the train, right? And they made our bed up. And I'm sitting there, right? And I fell asleep, right? So I get up, and hubby's like, hey, it's time for us to get a cigar, right? I get up, and I'm waking up a bit, I had a nap. I was like 4 hours, trains were delayed. We go and have a cigar, right? And at the time, I had a Motorola phone, right? Smartphone. Now, hubby said, oh, you left it in the room? Yeah, I didn't want to take it out, right? Next morning, we're getting into, next morning when the sun came up over the Rockies, we're getting into Whitefish, right? It's Montana. I have to go up like this, and train slows down to go up hills. Beautiful scenic route. In the morning, I said, hubby, while you're out, can you get a newspaper? Oh, they brought us newspapers already, hon. So we go to breakfast. And the conductor says, oh, do you want your room made up? Can we have it made up after, So the guy says, oh. So hubby says, why don't you make it up? I'll meet the wife in the dining car. We don't have anything. So hubby hid things, put things away, and said, okay, go ahead. And the guy said, oh, thanks. You're just, I don't want anything taken, right? So it's all set up, right? So we go to breakfast, right? We look off there, and hubby knew what smoke breaks were, so he had like smoke pipe or whatever. But anyways, the moral of the story is we got on, right? Finally, I would sit there, right? And we're like, we left in Washington, now we're in Montana, We just finished breakfast, and I said, it's beautiful. He says, yeah, I'm going to play a game for a bit. I said, it's beautiful. He says, yeah, I'm going to play a game for a bit. So he's playing a game. I decided to take 15 or 20 minutes, spotty internet connection, and couldn't do anything. Finally, while sleeping, again, I did my gaming, right? So, Game Boy Advance, DS, GBA, etc. Finally, we get into the middle of the night, right? I had to get up here. They said, oh, they're refilling the tanks. Then, if we want a longer smoke break, here it is, with Fargo. I get up, finally. I go out, do my business. And I said, I'm going to do it right here, right? Well, you know what? The trip was a vacation. We're going for a funeral. So I took my tablet, and I was like, phone. And I went through everything I needed in 45 minutes. It took an hour for the train. It was delayed. Because, refilling the tanks, emptying the toilet, water, etc., right? And the conductor let us know when we're getting on. And hubby said to me, is that the first time you checked your email since the trip? Yeah. There's people out there that are addicted. I used to be addicted to email. But you know what? Sometimes you have to exercise your strength. These Peckerwoods nowadays, they're glued to their phones. Shoot me a text. They're using Instagram. They're using Twitter. They're using Facebook. They're using everything, right? I got enough apps on my damn device myself. But what's the moral of the story? Moral story is, if electronic devices went down, why do you think people should carry these as backups, huh? This isn't about the end of age. Think of it this way, okay? Let me just tell you. Someone said to me, oh, you waste $25. I could use my daily planners as a ledger. You see, it's also a ledger, see? Portable travel ledger, right? So fair, I needed a ledger, right? Look at this. Expense tracker, see? What if somehow some massive electrical EMP, the power grid goes down type thing, right? Permanently. The people would not know what to do without spreadsheets. Expense sheets. Expense trackers. People are so let me tell you a thing, okay? The other day. See? Expense tracker. You could use it as a portable ledger. You keep a lot of dates, right? So let me just tell you the story. Too many people out there relying on technology. That's the thing. Has anyone in their right mind who's fucking prepping, learning about the values of what to do in case your power goes out? I mean, look. Let me tell you, technology is peaked, okay? Technology's peaked. Let me just go back to my story, okay? Technology is peaked to the point where everything's been replaced, right? 1970s, it was Pong and Atari. 1980s, Nintendo and Sega and NEC. Before you sit there and say, oh, but I'm not done. You see, in the 80s, there was people out there like me, wrote letters, snail mail. They used planners. They kept planners. They kept diaries. Nowadays, it's online diaries or blogs. It's online diaries. It's online blogs. What happened to the fucking end? What happened to the fucking daily planners? They just throw it in their phone, and they say, oh, this is easy, right? Some people hire a Google receptionist type person, or someone basically pays Google and then a receptionist types in everyone's appointments, not leaving it on a paper ledger. I mean, if the internet failed, you would be losing a lot of people's business resources and ethics. I'm thinking about it. If the servers all went down and power was down, that means you can't access the Social Security office. You can't access the welfare office. You can't access. You see, let me put it to you this way. The worst thing to fear in the world isn't the stock market going up and down. Now, I haven't even started with the second comment. The second comment was Teldor talking about, sorry I get a little huffy about your commentators. Well, they aren't. I mean, that's the thing. But I'm getting to my point this morning. So one of the things is, he's right. But think about it. People aren't worried about nuclear war because they think, well, Russia won't do it, right? They're not that insane. I had some visions recently, okay? I won't go into details yet. It's not time. But I had visions on other things too, right? But people aren't taking it seriously. Why? Because they don't believe anything should happen. They believe they should just walk around, enjoy life. But it's also, you're prepping because the pandemic. I mean, think. I want you to get a journal. Right, I got to find that one Higgins recommended. I'll share the screenshot when I find it. I think it's a 6-pack. I ordered some professional things, but anyways, so Higgins sent me a 6-pack the other day. Maybe I have the email still. I don't know. Anyways, if I find the email, I'll let you know. He was talking about playing with his fidget spinner. Last night he was talking to me about I can't remember what it was. Oh, the movie thing. He was talking about some movie, right? He was talking about some fucking movie, right? And we were talking about journals or something. Give me a link, He's talking about the explosion, right? Oh, yeah, here we go. So I did save it. It's under this email. So basically emailed me this thing about 6-pack of line journals, right? It's like 8.3 by 5.5, so they're small enough, but they're writing journals, right? So I'll share you this real quick, okay? So this is one of the things that Higgins was suggesting for prepping. I was going to add this to the list, actually. I could add it to prepper's list right away, but just for the sake of the argument, you see this? So he's basically saying $32.99 for this, right? Or you can get an 8-pack for 80. 8-pack. I just get the 6-pack, right? And it's coming from the comics group. So, shipping's January 25th. Now, a lot of people have asked me, hold on a sec, let's go to the preppers list. Here it is, preppers list. So a lot of people have asked me about these books, right? Yeah. And to me, $32.99 is not a bad deal. All right. Higgins was recommending 6. You can use it for various tasks like writing a journal. I mean, think about it this way. How many people literally write a diary? Mostly it's online. And if the diary, you lose your diary, you lose your memories. You see, a lot of people don't think about these. The newer generation thinks the government is going to back everything up to a T. Here we go. One of these. So I had to go into the right. So when you look at journals, right, you got to look at how much you're willing to pay, right? Now with me, of course, I don't really need a journal so much because if I was going to invest in a journal, say, Chloe would, let's just get this to the preppers list. Do we even have it on the journal list already? So basically, Teldor, he's like, talking about eggs being so expensive, I'm not going to go break down. Well, actually, I can. It's my channel. So, I was kind of under the influence, Okay, so this is already on the list. All right. So I added the preppers list to these journals. Let me just go over the preppers list real quick. I just want to see the preppers list to see how far down the list is before we just go into details, because it says everything in the preppers list that I was looking at there. So in this case, I think I put it under the Airy Sky list too, I think, right? Oh yeah, it's right there. Okay, what about the Airy Sky channel? Because that's where you can find some of the other stuff too. So nope, I'll add it then. There you go. So anyways, I just want to add this to the Airy Sky channel. So for some of you guys out there that knows my channel, Airy Sky channel, we have a donation page. You can also go there if you're looking for, if you don't want to look for it in the preppers list, you can look in the Airy Sky list. Like for Teldor, he was saying, I can't find the Peckerwoods in North Dakota. Didn't have it. Well, let me just say, if you, don't worry about it. All right. I'll do the administrative duties and I will find you the right one. Here's one for $5.99. But yeah, 160 pages. I'd rather get 240 pages for a few bucks more. But the main thing is how much you're willing to pay, right? So I'm just finishing this up here. There. So, you got like some here. Higgins is like, there's 6, whatever it is, 6 for 32 bucks. It's a lot of money for 6. I'd rather buy various ones to review because each one's going to have its pros and cons. And me, I will tell you outright that even though I'm looking at pros and cons, I will tell you with a heavy heart, not the biggest problem I have, pros and cons, is, all right, let's just check this real quick, okay? Yeah, is, there's 2 I missed, I think. I can just fix it real quick anyways. What you do is you go to browsing history, right? And, yeah, I think it's this and this. I didn't add to the Airy Sky or the preps list, so I'm going to do that real quick. But the point is this ain't literally work because it's just adding an item to the preppers list. Some people say, oh, well, it's against it's not work. All right. Thing is Airy Sky donation channel's got the 6. So if Teldor is looking for it, he can email me directly at my email address, and I can literally give him the link to either the preppers list or to the donation channel list. You don't have to buy anything in the donation. Just right click the thing and buy it yourself in your card. But the preppers list will help you out immensely when it comes to I think it's this one I didn't add, right? Yep. That's what I missed. Okay. So basically, the point being is if you look at these tools, right there. Oh, yeah, that's my Christmas list. I haven't had it. All right. So, a lot of you out there, let's just continue the comments with a clear head. Huffy about your commentator not taking prepping there. I was just flustered by not being able to find any journals. Oh yeah, well you have to be flustered. I mean, look, I'm flustered about many things, Teldor. I mean, how would you feel if you placed an order for something expensive and they turn around and tell you the shipping date's 19 days out? What would you do? You would go, because I'm 10 steps ahead of you, you say, at least 5 steps, I would go and investigate, right? You'd be like, why the fuck these Peckerwoods doing, right? They're cutting corners. They think that if they can fucking slow down people's orders will balance out. But the thing is, it's crippling the country. I mean, look, Amazon and a couple other companies are the only ones taking food stamps online. Everything else, I mean, look at Walmart. Walmart turned around and said our warehouses are empty. What you get in our warehouses, what you get, everything's picked up, right? They want me to pay $140. These fucking cock-blocking Peckerwoods. For what? For some of you that don't like my swearing, sorry, this is an adult channel. We talk adult topics, and we talk real issues. That's why I'm here. Now, if you like my content, please feel free to donate a gift card. You can donate it in my About Me page or whatever. But the truth in the pudding is this, people. Amazon is cutting corners. They're cutting so many corners. I'm surprised if Amazon will have any subscribers left in 2024. You know why? They cut their 2-day shipping, right? Now it's ships 2 days supposedly after the order process, right? So let's just use Toldor as an example. Maybe he lives in redneck Hilljack, North Dakota. I don't care, right? My family's from North Dakota, so pass the mustard, brother. So I'm not discriminating. It's Hilljacks, but I'm just going to make a statement, okay? So let's just say Teldor is in rural North Dakota, shithole, nowhere in North Dakota where everything's sold out, right? Food shortages. And Teldor goes, oh, I'm going to order this online. And then they say shipping date for you is 17 to 19 days later. Or they say, oh, we can get it to you in 14. But then when you go in and you say, oh, I need these right away, and you order it, what happens? You see, this item is no longer allowed to be shipped express. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that? The other day, I went to change a shipping date, right, on an item. Chloe's birthday. They said I needed to order it 3 weeks ago for it to be hitting her birthday. Think about it. You think I'm sitting here, oh yeah, I'm fake? No. Higgins goes and pays $35 more. He can get it express because he doesn't have Prime shipping. You all need to literally cut your ties with Prime. If you do that and pay the $35 or more, you're still getting the shipping. They might just have to speed it up. And if they don't speed it up after they lose all their subscribers, I mean, look, what are you paying for? What are you literally paying for? Let me tell you what I'm paying for, okay? People are cutting Prime membership out, calling it a farce now, a joke. Prime turns around and they say, oh, we got them all by the balls right now. If everyone around the world unsubscribed, what did Amazon do, right? Amazon would fracture. They would basically go bankrupt, literally. Why? Because they're sopping up the money and giving you shitty service. Like Mama Pee-wee said, their customer service is a fucking joke. No offense to Mama Pee-wee, but I think Walmart's customer service is a fucking joke too. But that's only because of my own opinion. And Mama Pee-wee knows my opinion on Walmart. It's because of their fucking service. You call them up, you ask for an order number and everything, and they trying to sell you Walmart Plus. And then you ask them how come they don't ship to fucking your home, and they say, oh, warehouse full. Oh, you live in that area. Well, why don't you pick up? And then the people on the other end are fucking Filipino or Hindu. And then you fucking turn around, right? And part of your prepping needs, right? And what happens? You hear some jackass turning around, and he says, "Ooh, wow, that's amazing," right? Like an orc from the Elder Scrolls games, right? Hold on. Turning around, right? And what are they doing? Nothing. They turn around and they give you service, $100 and some. Oh, you get Paramount Plus for free for 6 months. I'm already paying for Paramount Plus yearly. Why should I give a shit? Oh, well, you get 6 months. Really? I already got Paramount Plus for 6 months. They don't come up with an answer. And since I have to pick up only, it's not worth going fucking 80 miles round trip for your fucking shitholes. Or we're the cheapest, really. You may be the cheapest, but I don't need to go there, right? That's the secret, okay? Now you guys say, oh, well, you just send Chloe. Let me put it this way. Last time Chloe went to fucking Walmart, I want you to pay attention here. She knows the Walmart layout. This was last year. She made a list. She went there. The website said everything's in stock. We got there, or she got there, there's nothing in stock. You say, oh, well, that's not bad, that's good. It means that they didn't update their website. So when you go there, right, Walmart's not even updating their real-time updates because they don't have the employees, right? On, but not limited to, items. Now, Teldor says, got a little huffy about your commentators not prepping serious. I was just flushed by not being able to find journals. I'm serious when I say these things are getting bad. Call it supply chain. We know it's supply chain issue. I mean, look, I just watched an article, right? An article talking about eggs. This is something I want to bring up before we forget, okay? This year alone, or last year, December to early January, they said they killed another 58 million chickens. Egg-laying chickens because of it. They say once the chickens get the virus, the chicken influenza, and it's all over. It's all over. So you tell me. 58 million chickens. As a YouTuber, those numbers don't lie. That's why I want to tell Teldor I feel for him. Now, I'm going to look up something in a minute. I'm serious when I say things are getting bad. Exactly. It's not a supply issue. It's more than supply issues. Look, you got coronavirus rampant, right? People are dying in hospitals. People are getting sick. People are being stupid, right? And then you read a report when your entire coop is infected with the chicken influenza, you must kill all your chickens. 58 million, December, January alone. That total is 170 million chickens that were culled. The other day, Chloe was asking me if they kill these chickens, do they burn the carcasses or do they decontaminate the chicken flu and sell the meat? I don't know what they do with the meat. I mean, look, if they literally have chicken influenza, right? And apparently it's deadly to chickens. What are they doing with the chickens, huh? Does anyone know? Maybe they're turning it into the happy-go-lucky dog food company. Anyways, or I call it supply chain issues or whatever the hell you want to. My wife sent me out for eggs. Well, no eggs at Walmart. No eggs at the supermarket. Said finally, yeah, at $6.75 a dozen. Craziness. No pet food. People are financing meat. Oh, yeah. I mean, literally, they are. I mean, literally, you see people doing deals on meat, right? They're always pushing Butcher Box and Omaha Steak and Chicago Steak. And, I know about Chicago Steak. And, they're pushing other things. No pet food. People are financing. Glad I shot 2 deer this fall or I'd be fucked. Well, enough ranting. I'm not a troller, Browner. I'm just remembering. Yeah. See, I told him to stay with me, because he's awesome. But let me just show you guys something because I can only do it from this website. Right? I want to show you guys something. Now you guys say, oh, you live in Washington, it's not bad. Depends on what you want. So I'm looking at pickup only, right? Okay, so if you just do this, right? All right. I would like to share with you. Can we do it by sort by price? Or do we get a choice? Let me look. Can we sort this by best match? Okay. Okay, are you guys ready? I know I'm not going to magnify this to 200 for this lesson. And actually, maybe I should, just because you guys are somewhat blind. Maybe I can do a 175 for you to see it. Okay, this should be good. Any higher, and I'm going to have problems. Okay, cool. So, I want to show you guys what Teldor is talking about, right? Teldor is like, oh, I love your great administrator abilities, and this is who I am, Teldor. All right, you brought up something that needs to be mentioned this morning, so let me get my dip ready. So let me just tell you, that's what we're talking about. See, eggs. Look at this. Look at this. Great value if you can find it, right? 2 count of eggs. You just need 2 count for 2 count hard-boiled eggs, $1.27. How about this? 6 count, $1.66, right? 6 eggs, $1.66. Think about it. Hold on a second. Just crack an egg, right? Scrambled kit, right? Scrambled kit, $2.28, right? Hard-boiled, 6 hard-boiled eggs, $2.54. I don't buy hard-boiled eggs. Usually I make myself. Great value, 12 count eggs, right? $2.87. When in stock, right? You see this? I know it's a complaint. It says pickup only, right? It says all pickup right here. See on the bottom, it says pickup. That's literally saying you can't get it delivered. So even if they wanted to deliver, they usually won't deliver your groceries. So then you have free range, right? Look at this, right? We haven't even hit the noodle on the head, right? 12 count, $2.87. 6 individually wrapped eggs, $3.14. Jumbo white eggs, 12 count, $3.62. See, we're getting to a dozen eggs if they have them in stock. But usually when you go there, they say in stock. You go there and you find it sold out. They're literally lying. Okay, Walmart's doing anything they can to apparently lie to get you into their store. So they're not even maintaining their website. Excuse me. I don't know what the hell happened. A minute ago I was fine. Now I'm feeling like crap. Yeah, I mean, you okay? I'll be fine. Just give me a minute. Damn, son of a bitch, moving my paper towel. There we go. Here we go. Could be allergies. Could be the plate. Blew a hole in it. All right, let's hope this works, okay? Otherwise, I'm going to have to take some NyQuil. All right, so great value jumbo white eggs, $3.62. See, you got eggs, plant-based eggs. I would just freaking do plant-based. You got egg beaters. Thing of egg beaters, right here. Egg beaters, the original real egg. See, cage-free egg beaters, liquid eggs. Maybe you like scrambled eggs. That's the way to do it. Liquid egg whites. Egg makers, again, generic. See these prices, $3.98. Now, how's this? 18 count, $4.26. But do they have them? So this is my area, okay? Do they have them in stock? Usually not. But since we're talking about eggs, now you go down here, look at this. $4.74 for large grade 8 extras, right? 18 count. England's Best vegetarian grade, $4.88. Market side large cage free, 12 count, $4.93. Market side organic, 12 count, $5.14. Egg whites, right? Large brown range-free eggs, 12 count, $5.46. This one is organic eggs, 12 count, $6.32. And then more, this is brown eggs now, $6.42, right? Then you got organic eggs again, $6.42. Eggland's Best, 18 count, $7.17. Egg beaters, $7.18 for a 32 ounce. Egg beaters again, Southern style, $7.18. 18 count, $7.24. Brown eggs, these are brown eggs, by the way. Let's just get through it. $7.54. 36, a 2-pack of eggs, right? They're offering 36 eggs for $8.46. If you can find it, they're usually sold out. Organic free range, $9.28 for Happy Egg Company. Then you go down here, right? Out of stock, right? See? Down the bottom, they basically hide the out of stock. How about this? Out of stock, see? 60 eggs. See? So when you get there, you're not getting your items because they're literally sold out. See where I'm going with this? Yeah. So, shall we continue? So, he says, he's upset about the eggs. Well, you know what? He's basically, yeah. So, yeah, and then he says, so basically they're getting shorter and shorter. I mean, that's the truth. The truth's in the pudding. I mean, look what's going on in the world. You have so many people out there not worried about anything, and yet at the same time, look what's happening. The American people are literally not prepping. I mean, I just gave you some examples of why you keep a planner in case your phone goes down. You keep a journal so you can actually write things down in memories. I mean, literally, what is the problem with being fucking old fashioned? If technology failed tomorrow morning, people would be miserable. You know why? People want the latest and greatest. Okay, let me just tell you about the war. All right. During the war, right, you had all these different brands come Citizen, Casio, right, Seiko. Yes, Seiko, the watch company. Sony, they all made little TVs. First black and white, then color. And then TV was invented. A little portable Watchman that everyone had to have a Watchman. Everyone had to have a Watchman, right? People thought that was the coolest thing. A lot of kids didn't like it because it was black and white, right? So then the company started thinking, I'm telling you guys a story. They increased technology, man, finding a way to make them color. So they did. People started wanting it, pocket TV, taking it with them everywhere. I had every pocket TV you can imagine. You know what got me wanting a rabbit? I'll tell you what wanted to get. Well, my teacher once, Mrs. Johnson, she passed away, by the way. She was my mom's friend's, my mom's co-worker, who's a friend also, Ricky's aunt, biological aunt. And Ricky came to our house and said, your favorite teacher died. That teacher I looked up to that teacher. And growing up, the TVs is what I had, and those little TVs, they drain batteries like crazy, but can always rely on them. I remember my neighbor, big winter storm, snowstorms, blizzarding. He comes in and we had to go to town, and he's sitting there and he says, "Yeah, I've never ever had a portable TV, right? Well, I had like 3 or 4 of them. I had like a little pocket TV, and I'm sitting on the thing, and so we're eating, with one of the restaurants, I'm on pizza, right? I did a lot of splitting wood and so, and they're sitting there, and they said, "Did you get your batteries? What did you need it for?" And I said, "Oh, yeah." They said, "Let me see that." So it's like, "Man, you need glasses for it." I said, "Well, I can see it. The thing is, my eyes have been attuned to it, right? Well, think of technology, okay? Back in the day, people sat there and didn't like. Some people thought Game Boy sucked because of the monochrome, so Sega went up to them with a color unit, right? But then the color unit drained batteries, 6 AA batteries, like 3 hours. Think about a battery pack. People said a battery pack 3 hours. So you got rechargeable batteries, battery pack, and more rechargeable batteries. So you had your Game Boy charging. So, whatever, right? And then they say, oh, game sucked, right? And then they brought out the Turbo Express, right? Again, oh, we're going to bring this out, Again, right? All these game systems, all technology vying for the number one spotlight, the number one spot, right? And yeah, look at nowadays. It's Apple versus Samsung. Everything else is dirt, right? Oh, right? But what if the power grid completely went down? Okay, I know people that are saying we're full of shit. They're everyone's financing everything, right? What's the point of financing when you could fucking lose your job tomorrow? Think about it this way. What happens? Okay, you guys sit there and you're prepping, right? People are prepping because of whatever, right? Well, let me tell you a secret. You sit there and you got these negative Nancys that turn around and they don't want to prep anymore because PP, I'm not going to give his name, just code name, says, oh, we're going to take back the House and Senate, Red Wave. These pussies are going to know that we're going to control everything. Fuck them. No sex changes. Fuck the wannabe women. Fuck these YouTubers that make fucking videos claiming they're preppers. Fuck this. Fuck that one. They know there are days coming when there's a red wave. And then all I hear is, well, maybe the fucking wannabe woman was right about fucking the no red wave, but we're still coming back, right? But in the meantime, they're all talking before the red wave. Democrats are going to intervene. Civil war is going to happen. They're going to kill all the Democrats off. Doesn't happen. And then what? Then you got me telling you, what are you worried about? What have I said? Natural disasters. First of all, prep first for natural disasters. Prep secondly for everything else. I mean, literally, Mama Fanny, she knows things are. And by the way, if Mama Fanny was watching this right now, she isn't. She's ill. Would she be actually knowing if it's the whatever it is? I just can't remember. Was it the Raiders? Was it a new Raider they just unveiled? Let me look. It was in December they unveiled some. I think it's called the B-23 Raider or something. The B-21 Raider. So the B-21 Raider. So we got a new B-21 stealth bomber. Okay, looks really nice. Looks really nice. Probably got some stuff that's classified. We're not entitled to that info. What matters is it looks nice. I love my own personal B-21 Raider. By the way, Mom, since you know about the Raider, Mama Fanny, if you're watching this later, can it be manned by one person? Come on, I'm just joking. Look, I don't have the skills as a pilot, but I had to throw it out there as a joke, okay, because it looks nice. Anyways, back to truth, okay. What you got to worry about is natural disasters. They can hit anywhere. Mother Nature can be cruel. I mean, look. FEMA's got a list. Has anyone ever went to FEMA or the Red Cross and downloaded their preppers list? The preppers list there is pretty good. They'll tell you exactly what's needed. Hell, I have a preppers list available and links to FEMA, I think, on my website. Fortunately, I do this for you guys. But people email me all the time saying, are you sure the stock market's going to crash? No, I'm not. Because it keeps going up, it keeps going down. And everyone says history's not going to repeat itself. But the thing is, there's so many people in this world investing in crypto, investing in other crap, right? And, Tesla's like taking a nosedive. You know what? People are literally fighting back. I'll tell you, the American people are fighting back. You got two sides of the coin, okay? A lot of people want civil war. Why? Because they think their rights are being infringed. Think about it. Think of why they want civil war. PP, and SP and others, they want civil war. You know why? Because they're tired of the government telling them what they can and can't do. I mean, look, I saw a report the other day that was spot on. Did you hear about the government trying to cover their own ass again? And I know Teldor is going to basically make a comment about this. They're saying that this happened a long time ago too, by the way. I'm going to basically break down for you. They're saying that people are getting asthma from natural gas stoves. Look, I was in Australia. We had natural gas, everything, okay? I'm telling you, it's not dangerous. And it's dangerous when you got a guy in your house. By the way, I had a house in Australia who drinks, leaves the gas on after cooking, and then we have to fumigate the house so we don't have a light match going and blowing up everything. And then we had to call the police. And then he says, "Oh, I'm sorry." And then we have a gas, or power goes out. You have to go out and manually light the water tank in the furnace, natural gas. Think about it. Because the electric's out, so you got to manually light it, keep your heat and your water going. Yeah, but did it affect asthma? No. They're saying, oh, it affects asthma. Now they want to tell you, no. You know what it is? The government wants to take away fossil fuels. They want to take away your propane. They want to take away your natural gas. You know, Mama Pee Wee uses fucking propane for her heat, and it ain't fucking cheap. I mean, literally. Then, a few years ago, they said they want to take away wood-burning pellet stoves and wood-burning wood stoves. Why? Because of the greenhouse emissions. Now, I got to use the bathroom. Give me 5 or so minutes, and then I will continue. Good morning and welcome back. Okay, so for some of you out there, people ask me, what are we prepping for? The truth is, we're prepping for natural disasters. Secondary is a banking collapse. Now, Higgins last night said, there could be people can panic, and start taking out their money in the banks, and banks will collapse. That could happen, but more likely it won't. Yeah. Why? Because it won't happen. Next is I'm keeping an eye on the banking collapse. Won't happen, more likely, but it's still a possibility, right? Just 1%, right? Right now, you have preppers out there, right? Some preppers are prepping you for civil war. When that doesn't happen, people start taking their money elsewhere. They're all, oh yeah, we're going to overthrow the government. Here, have some money. You're all great. You're telling the truth. And then it doesn't happen. They turn around and they leave. And then they don't even come across a small channel like mine who's telling you the truth. Now, natural disaster is one. Everything else is a bonus. All right. Now, what is the most likely outcome of prepping? I'll tell you. It's not about a banking collapse, but it could happen, right? So there's two ways a banking collapse could happen, right? And you got to prep for this. Power outage. Power outage goes out. That means the power goes out, which means you can't access your bank accounts. You can't access anything. They got to fix the power. Now, people tried taking down the power grid. It doesn't work. Maybe Russia or China is going to shut us off. You didn't pay your interest payment to us, so hack in, shut it down, right? But then we're vulnerable, right? That's just one of the ways they could do. The second thing is they could do a no service to the internet prior to shutting it down with viruses and stuff, which means the internet would be down, right? And they can keep the power going, which means people's communications would be gone. And with so many people relying on streaming services and not thinking about buying a portable TV, for example, the portable TV would be your option to plug in, or a long-term indoor antenna that reaches far enough to get to the towers so you can know the news that's going on but not limited to your communications. So thing is, the only way power is going to go out is if the grid goes down, by hacking or the infrastructure's damaged or attacked by a terrorist attack. Knock on wood. I don't support violence and I don't support terrorist attacks, but there's people out there that want us to go back to the Ice Age, okay? They think people glued to $1,500 phones is more important, and technology needs to improve. But these people don't believe in old-fashioned journaling, old-fashioned daily planners, etc. So what happens? Goes down the toilet. Then you have the next part, right? The next part is pretty bad because people are prepping for just in case, right? The bonus is they want chaos and anarchy so they can overthrow the government. But when that doesn't work, what do they got to give their money to? You see, you hear PP talking about overthrowing the government. You have, SP talking about other issues, right? But he's only doing a select few people. They might have 300,000-400,000, but are they faking? Yes. I mean, I literally challenged SP once when SP was talking about shortages in Texas. All right. Shortages in Texas. Now, pay attention here. I have family in Texas. I wrote them letters. I emailed them. I've called them. I've texted them. There was no shortages in fucking Texas. So, the shortages are the stuff coming from China. Definitely China. China is the shortages. You see, China's the shortages. And because China has got shortage problems, we rely on China for the crap. Doesn't work, does it? We rely on China. So American-made items are more money. Now, so for example, when you go out and you want to get little Timmy a new fishing rod, you're most likely supporting a fishing rod made in Korea or made in China. Back in the day, you can't find Japanese ones. But the Japanese ones are you can find Japanese ones, you can find Japanese rods, you can find Japanese tackle. Easier than trying to find Chinese made stuff. Now, some stuff is hard to make in America, right? Like, for example, Americans make MEPS, right? That's a spinner and gluer, spoons, swivels, etc. For example, some of them are made in America. And if they're made in America, they're having problems with the context, the metal they can get for their lures. It's the semi flies, right? The little flies, like little MEPS that's got that little cloth. The cloth is made most likely with cotton, and cotton is in short supply, so they're having problems. So, but look at fly rods, for example. Fly rods require a cotton wrap, apparently a cotton thread that they wrap, right? Fortunately, those are hard to get a hold of now. A lot of people don't want to get into fly fishing because it's $150, $200 for a rod, and then you got to buy a reel, then you got to buy your flies, and you got to buy your vest, then you got to buy your waders. And most of the waders, they're not made in America, they're made in China, or Korea. So when you sit there and see supply issues, right, the supply chain issues is there. But look at Craftsman. Someone wants to bring back Craftsman to America. Amen. I'll support American-made tools. Husky once was made in America. Snap-on was made in America. What happened? They moved to China. So some tools are all made in China. You just got to look at where they're made from. If you support American, make sure to budget for American-made products. If you support Chinese-made, inspect and wait for long terms, right? Let me put it this way. A lot of items that Amazon is sold out of, right, or putting in, we will let you know when we get this item in stock. It's not because they're sold out. It's because they're waiting for shipments to come in from China. So think about it. So it's not only that they're blaming their warehouse for being empty because people financed Christmas and drained it, but they're also blaming it for the fact that their products are coming from China. Yeah. So, did you know Barnes & Noble and some of those specialty books that you can buy as a collection, like $50 books, and, you can get like 100, 200 books that sit on your bookshelf. They look nice, like the Complete Sherlock Holmes by Barnes & Noble, made in China. So think about it. You have to take that into account. So it's supply issues as well, but supply issues. So with us having a supply issue in China and Korea and Japan and Europe, and then we import everything. We export all our stuff for higher price, and we import our stuff we buy cheaper quality stuff. We're basically failing as a nation because we're not self-sufficient. So our wheat we have to import from Europe. And Europe turns around and says, oh, we got wheat that needs to be given to Africans, or 10 million Africans are going to die this year of starvation. We got people importing rye because they need rye for their whiskeys. We got people importing potatoes to make vodka because some countries don't make enough potatoes. We export a lot of potatoes to Russia and Europe to make vodkas. We got other people making gins. We have people making, and then you have tequila, which is the blue agave, right? The agave, and the agave is getting harder and harder to make. So vodka or tequila is going up. But and then you have people importing their wheat and their rye to make beers. Now you could sit there and say, well, what's that do to us? Well, think about it. You're a beer drinker like me. You're paying more at the pump for beer. I call it the pump. We're importing a lot of oil, which has to be refined into crude oil, which is refined into here refineries to make gasoline. So the price of gas is up because we have to import it. We're not tapping into our own because we're being stingy. And yet, the reason the oil making countries are holding back their oil is one reason why you have to prep, because you got a lot of these oil companies saying, look, we'll be out of oil by 2047 to 2052 if we keep supplying oil to people for their cars, for their planes, for their houses, for their yachts and ships. You do know a cruise liner will be out of business soon. People are rushing out and doing cruises because they know when the cruises are done, unless they come up with a solar-powered cruise ship, there's no way in hell people are going to take cruises if the bunker oil runs out. Your freight ships, bunker oil. They're also looking at other alternatives, wind, solar, sail, other things that can power these ships to bring you the goods. Eventually, you're going to have to look at by 2050 to 2075 that you're going to have to make a country self-sufficient. Why do you think a lot of Republicans and others support freedom of choice? All right. Freedom of choice is where you're a God-given American that turns around, right? And you're entitled because you pay money. People say, oh, you're not entitled. You're just a shithead. You're entitled to buy a gas-powered car. And yet some states say, oh, we're going to ban gas-powered cars because we need to go green. I mean, literally, we got to go green. Sorry. You're not going green. Yeah, you're not going green. The truth's in the pudding. Green doesn't help, okay? They want to ban meats, okay? Zoe and I talked about this one. They want to ban meats and say that, cows produce more CO2 because of their dung and livestock, okay? And yet, why is there an egg shortage? Because we've killed like 170 million egg-laying chickens. And yet, chicken's so expensive, right? And yet, at the same fucking time, you as the American people need to realize as preppers, you're not just prepping for possible civil war, which is more likely not going to happen, but you're prepping for natural disasters. You're prepping for when the government literally has some problems. You're prepping because, the railroad workers were forced to work to supply you your goods while they have to work hard and long hours. Is it fair to them? No. The problem is when they can't get you your oil, when they can't transport your milk, when they can't make enough things. Biden says, oh, I'm going to fill the strategic petroleum up again. Wow, great, good Uncle Potato. But in the meantime, what's happening to the world? The world goes like this. The government revolves around capitalism, and yet capitalism is failing. Think of it. We're in a recession. People are financing their meats. People are financing their foods. People are using their credit cards. I don't believe in credit cards. I find credit card to be a sin. Can't cash on the barrel. Don't buy it. I find that if you look at all these people and their technology reliances, relying on internet, they want to raise the postal stamps, $12 for 20 because it's 60 cents a stamp now, because the American people don't write letters, and yet they're trying to pass bills every fucking year, it seems, to charge you 1 to 5 cents per email. People stop using email, then what? Then when they can't make money off your email, they're going to turn around and say, oh, we're going to give you a new internet package, or this or that. I mean, they'll come up with something to nickel and dime you. I mean, look, you want to know why we prep? It's because we want to make sure we can keep the price of our groceries now the lowest possible and still eat. Whereas companies are finding ways around to nickel and dime the elderly. Higgins was having a problem with medications the other day. Okay, he found a way to fix it. But this ain't about medication. This is about food. This is about supply and demand. This is about why we're prepping. Now, a lot of people say, oh, we got to prep for nuclear war. Yeah, if you're CP, then that's all he's talking about is nuclear war. Think about it. Let me tell you, when the stimulus checks were around, every person out there, Tom, Dick, and Harry, was fucking making a video to get the subscribers so they can make a living off of you basically wanting to know stimulus info. I wasn't making a living. I found it as a hobby. But when that fad ran out, we had to reinvent ourselves on YouTube. And what did we reinvent ourselves as? Preppers. Prepping channel. And guess what? Now preppers are basically losing again because they have to reinvent themselves. What are you going to do? You're going to go to a guy like EE who's talking about doom and gloom for 15 years and you say, oh, he's been preaching this for 15 years. Throw him out. Don't subscribe to him. He loses subscribers. Then he's got to reinvent himself. SP, same thing, right? You know, oh, you better sell everything you have, buy land. Do this, do that. It's not about buying land. It's about survival. And a lot of people are tired of these people turning around and trying to turn it, the coronavirus and the elections, into a scenario where they can make money. There's people out there that I subscribe to that talk about politics. They make some good points, but they're there to make a living. Yeah. Do they know what's going to happen? No. Do I know what's going to happen? No. What do I say to you guys? The American people don't know what's going to happen. Prepare for natural disasters. And if Mount Bighorn blows and it's 1,000 square mile nuclear debris basically from a volcano, well, it's done. Now, if it doesn't blow, you still got to prep for tornadoes, snowstorms, hurricanes, flash floods, torrential rains, flash floods, coastal flash floods, earthquakes, natural disasters. Main priority. Because during the natural disaster, the government ain't going to get to you fast enough. Now you say, oh, what about the rest? Well, let's talk about the rest. The only thing I can see severely coming down the pipe, if they can pull it off, which is highly unlikely, is our electric grid. Okay, it's my own opinion. And that would trickle and damage the internet. Or they could do an internet surge search or whatever, a spike. Let's just say it's an internet spike. And shut down our servers. That's it. And then our power. But will the stock market crash? No one knows. We're almost at 100 years. In 6 years, it'll be 100 years. We're at 94 years since the last big, great stock market crash where people started committing suicide because of it. But we rebounded. Now look, we're at 34,000 points. Stock market splits, stock markets do this. Goes up, it goes down. You think there's going to be a banking collapse? No. There might be a banking collapse if the Federal Reserve, which is a Republican douchebag, decides to keep raising interest rates to cause unemployment, to slow down people's spending. They don't want you using credit because the country's already in debt with credit. So they're turning around and saying, look. And then you have the other problem of the coin, right? And that is nuclear war, right? World War III, nuclear war. Won't happen. Won't happen. Russia keeps threatening if we intervene with Ukraine, he'd use nukes. Hasn't yet. They say Russia's losing. No one knows. I don't care. And so we and I were talking. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Turn into the news, get depressed. Don't turn into the news, don't get depressed. Civil war. All these people were talking civil war. These preppers were talking about it. SP, PP, CP. Where's it getting you? It's getting you a giant headache. And as Teldor said, a bunch of lying, pack of bastards, lying. What was his exact wording? A bunch of lying pack of bastards or something like that? Maybe he was talking about money. Peckerwood bastards that are fake. You forgot one word, Teldor. Freeloading mooches that are using people's fears to make a living. Look at CP. Look at SP. They own stores. They're like, buy my crap. This radio is perfect. I could sell you a ton of radios on Amazon without going through some hilljack that's trying to sell you something because he's trying to make a living from home because he doesn't want to work again in the field. Let me tell you how I see YouTube. There's a lot of people out there. I know Teldor says, "Oh, I'm the real deal," and I speak the truth. Well, let me tell you some truth then. Truth nugget. A lot of people are doing YouTube because they don't want to fucking work. Think of these passable trannies. Oh, I can make money on YouTube. Oh, today we're going to do a makeup tutorial. If you're not passable, you're not a woman. To me, those people aren't fucking real women. You know what? I'll tell you what the fucking problem is. The country's divided, okay? They're divided. And if civil war is going to happen, it's going to be because of fucking division again, okay? It's not about African Americans. It's not about Native Americans. It ain't about Latino Americans or Asian Americans or Australian Americans or European Americans. It's about division. Now, and if it happens, it's going to be because some states are trying to force other states into compliance. Remember last night when I was drunk, I read, quote, unquote, The Naked Communist, 45 Rules of Communism, right? It's true. Think about it. The blue states want to force you to drive a fucking electric car. The red states, my family, Texas, they might, as Chloe calls them, Texas Hilljacks and Texas Waddies, it's their God-given right to pick up their car keys and drive a gas-powered, guzzling truck or car. Not to drive some fucking EV piece of shit where 5 years later their battery's going to be $32,000 because they can't replace the fucking battery. Think about it. It's their God-given right. Yeah. It's their God-given right. What else? Another division? Zoe was telling me in Illinois they did a assault weapons ban, right? The NRA is going heyday with these states. States that are doing assault weapons ban because they think if the states can make the decision for the citizens, that's fine. But no, I don't support someone walking down the fucking street with an AR-15. That's my personal opinion. I don't support someone walking down the street with an M16 with a grenade launcher on the bottom. I don't support someone walking down the street with an AK-47 assault weapon. Ban them. But I will say, for the sake of the argument, you can't ban them because the rights to bear arms shall not be infringed. But the NRA, the gun owners, they say the rights to bear arms shall not be infringed. That means they think if they have billions of dollars, like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, all the rich people in the world, they should have a B-21 Raider stealth plane because they can, because it's their money. And they think that they should be entitled to have a B-52 Stratofortress, joking, of course, loaded with bombs because, well, they're rich and it's the rights to bear arms shall not be infringed. They believe that they should have a 1,100-foot flat top carrier and 40 ships protecting them because it's the rights to bear arms shall not be infringed. You see, the government is saying you can have arms, but you can't have flamethrowers, you can have bomb launchers, you can't have Panzerschrecks, you can't have Lost rockets, you can't have M202s, you can't have M79s, you can't have AK-47s, you can't have M16A2s or A4s with M203 grenade launchers on the bottom. You can't have MP40s, you can't have the Uzis, you can't have the MAC-10s. I mean, I could go on and on. You guys know I know weapons pretty well, right? But they're infringing it by saying, look, you can have a Glock. Well, Glock's got to reintroduce, and a lot of people are fighting it, right? Saying, this 33-round magazine clip ban. It's unconstitutional. States turn and say, well, what do you need 33 rounds for? And then they go and get the 19-round Glock clips or What do you need? Or 17 rounds with one in the chamber, 17 plus one, right? What do you need? 17 rounds. Then they say 15 rounds is too much. What do you need? 15 rounds. Then they go to 10 rounds. What do you need? 10 rounds. When 10 rounds, when someone's got a gun, okay, let's just say massive shooting, okay, I don't support violence. And they go in and they got a backpack, right? And they're carrying a 9 mil, all right, 9 mil, whatever, 1911 Glock XD, Smith & Wesson S&P, whatever, and they're carrying stacks and stacks and stacks, a backpack full of magazines, right? Or as some call them, clips. And they just, and they keep firing, right? Dropping the clip and reloading it, killing people in massive thing, right? Then they say, what do you need 10 rounds for? Then they go to 7. Then these people say, oh, you're limiting me to 7-round clips now in the 1911. I'm just going to stack buy as many rounds as I can, reload everything else. Hope by hell I don't get stovepipes and misfires in the chamber when it, ejection problems. And then they start using 7 rounds stacked up. And then the government says, oh, what do you need 7 rounds for? Then you got to ask yourself, electric cars, gun control, what's it doing for you? They want to ban the AR-15, 30-round clips. They want to go to 15. When 15 don't work, they'll make it 10. When 10 doesn't work, they'll make it 7. When 7 doesn't work, they'll make it fucking 5. When 5 doesn't work, they'll fucking make it 3. When 3 doesn't work, they'll make it single shots. You see? And then I did a stupid thing that pissed off the gun owners. I said the best course of action for people is if they turn around and fucking use a musket. Reload every time. But is that infringing? No. But the government doesn't say you must have a musket, but they could go that route, right? Then what happens with the government in the Civil War thing? They're not only infringing your rights on your guns, they're saying, oh, look, this person here has got 500 moon clips, no offense, right? And speed loaders for his revolver. So when they take away the semi-automatics, where they just take the clips out and reload it, next thing you know, they're going to ban eventually revolvers because they're just sitting there going another one. And then they'll ban the moon clips and the speed loaders. Then what? Or the moon clips, right? Half moon clips, where they just, the bullets, and they, right? Then what? The rights to bear arms shall not be infringed. Gun owners pissed. Government's trying to tell them what they can do. A lot of them. So a lot of things are going to happen in the future. Red state people that believe in their gun rights in blue states are going to move to red states. People that believe in abortions and peace and homosexuality, transsexualism, they're going to go to blue states. They're going to switch. So there's going to be higher concentration of liberal dumbasses wanting to take away people's rights so they can have what they deserve. The red states want people to go back to work. The red states want the people to fucking submit. If every red state turned around and followed suit, because red states don't change, and turn around and strengthen gun rights, people go to the red states for the gun rights. But if the red states turn around, right, and this is something I want to tell you for division, okay, and this is why we prep. If the red states turn around and say, you get raped, you must have it. No abortion. You have to have that kid. You go to a blue state and they try charging you. You can live in the blue state, move there. Until I moved here, you can't touch me. So eventually, every fucking woman that believes in pro-choice will leave a red state for a blue state. And then you're going to see the population change. And then the red states might lose money in there. And their districts, by the way, think of it this way. Their districts, they gerrymander or whatever Chloe calls it. And they all flip, right? Now you got pro-choicers in red states and gun owners in red states. Pro-lifers in red states, pro-choicers in blue states. Gun owners in red states. Everyone else, blue states. Ones that believe in trying to live in a utopian society. And this is why you got to prep, because you're going to see some serious crap. People in the blue states will get more money for funding for banning guns, banning gas cars, banning wood stoves, banning wood stoves, gas stoves, pellet stoves, propane heaters. What are you left with? Non-energy efficient baseboard heats, or very expensive non-gas, electric furnaces, electric stoves. Think about it. The blue states want to take away gas stoves, wood stoves, pellet stoves. The CO2 emissions are so high. We need to cut it down by taking away people's rights. Red states are saying, fuck it. You're trying to tell us we have to get rid of electric stoves, which is a burden to the taxpayers, our constituents, who's got to go all electric. Then if you put solar on your thing, the state forces you to have it hooked up to the power grid anyway, so you're selling your solar to the fucking electric company, and you're still getting an exuberant bill. There's people being arrested all over the states that shut the power completely off and went solar. And then the electric companies took the fucking people to court saying it's wrong. Why? Because they're corporate greedy bastards. Am I telling the truth? Yes. Think about it. Pee-wee and I were talking about electric. It cost her like $500,000 to $3 million to solar her house. But guess what? She'd have to fucking sell to the electric company because she'd be like a little miniature solar power generator for her area. Is it fair to Mama Pee-wee? Fuck no. I support Mama Pee-wee going all electric, but I also support Mama Pee-wee telling the fucking government to stay their fucking nose out of our fucking business. Think about it. This is why the country's fucking divided. Think about it. There's people out there in blue states. If you want to marry a man and you're a man, so be it. If you're a woman who wants to marry a woman, I've done same-sex marriages, so be it. You can live miserably like everyone else if you're married. But it's fine. I support that. But there's people out there that believe that it's wrong because it's a communist idea, and it's wrong that that we're not following the Bible. Again, we're infringing on these people's religious beliefs. You see? So the country's fucking divided. You got half the country believing in same-sex marriages, the other half the country saying no. You see, we got to have a happy medium. So all these people, same-sex marriages in red states will go to blue states. Then they'll be protected. But then you have the other problem. You see, you got these fucking people turning around, these fucking doctors and these Peckerwoods and these Dillwads and these assholes turning around. Look at Chris Beck, warrior princess, Navy SEAL, got out of the Navy, was fighting their identity, tried to run for Congress, failed. Chris, I respect him. He goes out and sees the VA. Within 1 hour, he's transgendered, hormones out the door. He's all happy. 10 years later, he's reverting his surgery. He's at the vagina. He's at everything else. He's reversing it. Why? Because it's a propaganda machine. Think of it. The red states want to sit there and say, look, we need to keep our white people populated. Otherwise, we're going to have African Americans, Asian Americans, Latino Americans, European Americans, Australia, and Oceanic Americans all taking over the population spectrum over the whites. So what are they doing? They're forcing laws, right? This is what could be the catalyst, possibly, for civil war. Now, I don't support violence, but I'm basically putting it on the table here for you all. You see, civil war is not something we want. But when you got the liberal pussies telling the pro-choicers saying, no, you get raped, you have kid. They go to blue state, move to blue state, get abortion. That's their choice. I don't care. It's their choice. But when you got the Republicans believing the Bible, believing in guns, liberty and the pursuit of happiness, that's their creed, I support their methods. But at the same time, the Republicans, who you're prepping in case of civil war, is literally being told by the Democrats. The Democrats say it's a new world. We must support these new women. They're celebrities. Turning around and saying that all trans women are real women. Celebrities, Democrats, and real men. Let me just say that divides our fucking country. You see, we're told we have to believe in it. If we don't, it's a violation and a hate crime towards the trans people. It's not a fucking hate crime. You know what it is? It's being told that you must submit to these new women. You must accept these new women. You must accept them taking away real women's gold medals in the Olympics and other things. Schools are saying, oh, we can't discriminate. So, if you talk to the media, you're going to be excommunicated from this school because your medals are being taken away from another woman. No, they're a fucking man with higher stamina, higher speed, higher strength. Think about it. And we're told this is what a lot of preppers are talking about. I don't support everything PP says, but I will be standing by PP when he says that these liberal pussies are ramming down things. I mean, look, it's true. Republicans also sit there. Hi, Moppy. How you doing, baby? Republicans turn around. And what are they doing? They're literally trying to fight the Democrats. They're doing their job. They're saying, look, we can't take away people's guns because the rights of Americans, the rights to bear arms shall not be infringed. We can't sit there and keep funneling money into programs that don't work. Okay, look, they give a big cost of increase in Social Security. I have people in the Republican Party, and personally in Congress, right? They emailed me. They said, how's the cost of living? I gave them a report as a prepper. They like my channel. They said, Rita, that's fucking bullshit. As soon as we fucking give a cost of living increase, you got Netflix, you got Hulu, you got Disney Plus, you got Paramount Plus, you got Showtime, you got HBO, you got Stars, you got Epics, you got Amazon Prime, you got Prime channels, you got MLB channels, you got all these channels raising their price to make more money because they can. And then when you fucking turn around and say, oh, well, you know what? I don't need to watch the Cubs game and pay $200. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know what the price was at MLB. Then you sit there and say, okay, I'm done. Then they say, oh, well, we only lost one provider, right? And then you sit there and you say, oh, all these movies on this channel? Crap. Oh, we just lost another provider. Okay, eventually people are going to wake up. And you're going to see the stock market crash on streaming services because people are going to be fucking tired of paying for fucking. Some streaming services are great, but when they start raising the price every fucking month or 2 months or 3 months and then saying, oh, we're not going to charge $3 per account. It's going to be $10 per account for sharing your password with your family. People are going to fucking drop Netflix and Hulu like fucking flies. And then Hulu's going to fucking tank. And then Netflix is going to tank. And then another company is going to buy them up and condense them. And then you're going to join their service. And eventually they're going to keep raising their prices. And then you're going to fucking turn around and fucking leave them. And then that company's going to tank. And then they're going to go and get condensed by another company. And eventually it's going to be 1 to 4 companies total controlling all the streaming services. And eventually people are just going to say, look, why? But when it gets to that point, more likely, when that happens, the American people are going to turn around and see the internet fail. Or the American internet fail or the power company failed. Let me tell you what we have to prep for, okay? You say, okay, that all makes sense, but that's the only way we're going to have civil wars, because when fucking red states fucking say enough's enough, you're not forcing us to have electric cars. You don't have to force us to accept pro-choice. You're not going to let us force us to accept men being women and women being real men. They're all fucking mentally ill. That's why they're changing the laws in their states to strengthen what they believe in. Blue states are countering by making it so we are accepted arts of crime. Think about it. Why do you think fucking people are fucking leaving blue states and going to red states and vice versa? Because it's the way the world's working. But I've tackled everything so far. I'm prepping. That's why people are waiting for civil war. When that didn't happen, your best bet is pack your family up and move to a red state if you believe in red state values. If you like living in a blue state, fine. I personally think the blue states are becoming communistic states of America. We shouldn't be supporting men becoming fucking women. They're not women. They wear makeup. They act all flaming gay. They think that having a vagina would get them sex. The only reason why a man has sex with a tranny is because they're curious, whether they have a dong or a cooter. That's it. I speak the truth. I've lived the truth. I am the truth. And when people don't like it, I mean, look, there's too many fucking preppers out there fucking telling you to keep prepping. Yeah, keep prepping. Case of emergency, natural disaster. But power grid goes down, hell, that might be a blessing. Fucking internet goes down, it might be a blessing. But it won't be a blessing for all the dead because they can't place their orders. And they can't fucking... You know what the fucking country has gone to? Relying on the electricity and the internet, right? Without electricity, there is no internet. Back in the day, during the 80s, Teldor, I can sense he's probably about my age or a little older. He probably agrees in the old days when Sears and JCPenney had the old Christmas catalogs and you had a fucking phone number and you just call and give them a order number and everything and they take your order over the phone. Do you see placing orders on the phone? No, they say, oh, go online. But what if the internet fails, huh? What if, all right, a lot of people say to me, Rita, tell us about the other problem. I got a couple things to share with you too today. All right. It's Sunday, so I'm just venting a bit, but I'm also giving you some truth nuggets to think about for this Sunday. How about I tell you why people are prepping, okay? They're worried the bank's going to collapse, okay? The bank's going to collapse only if they can't make money off of people's interest. When the Federal Reserve keeps raising it, the banks can collapse. Then the Federal Reserve caused a massive depression. Oh, you say, oh, well, is there anything else we can prep besides the Great Depression? Think about it this way. During one of the Republican eras, or might have been Democrat, don't quote me, I haven't looked it up, we lost our credit rating from AAA to AA. We got it back, right? We got our finances, but Republicans don't want to pay and balance the budget. They already passed a $1.7 trillion budget. Now, I don't remember. Let's go look real quick, but I think the budget said that it was going to be... hold on. Let's see. Teldor posted 21 minutes ago. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, remember what I said to prep like you're doing? Well, apparently there's going to be a major run on banks, meaning people in mass are going to want to take out money and the banks won't let you. Yeah, that affects everything. Credit cards, gift cards, FSS payments. SS payments. You see, this is something. Teldor, if you're watching me right now, please email me directly at San Juan Island Prepper at yahoo.com or San Juan Island Prepper at AOL.com. I'm going to leave it on the screen for a minute. I need you to email me. Give me some links because I want to address this right now. All right. Sorry if I'm being kind of pushy, but I'd like to, Higgins and I talked about this last night, but a lot of people just don't want to listen. So, um, anyways, Teldor, here's my email address for some of you. Give me a second. So, um, yeah, so here's my email address for you, Teldor. Feel free to email me here if you're watching this live. That's also if you want to send me a gift card, no pressure, but send me the links to um, to this email or the other email, which I'm getting for you now, for um, for it's in live chat if you're here for the banks because I want to address this right now. Okay. I have my opening, so I know the comments. So give me a second. You can also do it at AOL.com. So it says, going to want to take out money in the banks won't let you. Yeah, that affects everything. Yeah, so basically a Great Depression 2.0. See, I know history. I was just thinking about something. Credit cards, gift cards, Social Security payments, food stamps. So head the warning, my beautiful friend. Prep your life. If you think I'm wrong, does I? Let's see. Let's see. Apparently, there's a major run in banks. Okay, let's Google that. All right, let's look at this because I got to find it. Yeah, I don't see anything on my news feed, so I'm looking at this. All right, let's look. So let me just give you the other email address now. That's also if you want to say gift card or whatever, but let's just continue this. Let me read this again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, remember what I said to prep like your life depends on it? Well, apparently there's going to be a major run on banks, meaning people in masses are going to want to take out their money and the banks won't let you. That's true. But food stamps are on a different service. So they're on a food stamp card. So basically, you can still use your cash card to do it, right? Yeah, that affects everything. Credit cards, gift cards, Social Security payments, food stamps. So heed the warning, my beautiful friends. A prep like your ass depends on it. If you think I'm wrong, well, for example, what he's talking about is credit cards, check cards, savings cards, etc., will not be accessible at ATMs or in the banks. They will lock the doors, just like Depression 2.0. But gift cards, if you can buy gift cards and store it on Amazon, they'll still tell you your gift cards, but then they will unlock it unless the entire banking system's frozen, including your gift cards for whatever reason. Apparently, there's going to be running on banks. Well, there's a lot of people out there that, are going to sit there and say, yeah, right. It hasn't happened in 94 years. Well, wait and see. That's why I keep prepping, because if you don't prep and SHTF does hit the fan, the only ones that's going to be fucking screwed are you people. Yeah. Major runs on banks in the United States. Hmm. Let me see if I did the code words wrong. Mm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if you can give me an email on that, I'd appreciate it or something. So, you can email me those links there. And I will comment too. So there we go. So while we wait, all right. So I think he's seen the email and the link I just commented. So where was I? Uh, Now there's another problem, right? Now I was gonna Google something real quick on news. All right, so this was the news I saw recently. I didn't see it. All right, so CNBC. All right, so it says here. I don't care about this. Says Treasury Department said Friday that the U.S. could default as of June. U.S. will receive its debt limit in Jan 19. Need to be taken. Treasury Secretary wrote a letter to House Speaker McCarthy saying the Treasury Department will pursue those measures, but they will only last a limited amount of time. It's unlikely the government will exhaust its cash in the extraordinary measures before early June. Though she said there's a considerable uncertainty around the forecast, Yellen wrote. Yeah, Yellen, financial Armageddon, you see. The debt limit is the maximum the federal government is allowed to borrow after Congress said a little more than a century ago to curtail government borrowing. Congress has in the past raised the debt limit to default financial Armageddon. That's alarming. See, this is what I was looking for you guys. You see, this could trigger. The immediate measures include some accounting maneuvers involving civil service retirement, a disability fund, the postal service retiree funds, and the federal employment. Okay, so retirement funds. Those funds will be made whole once the impasse is settled, not the time for panic. It's not an immediate problem. This is not the time for panic. We're many months away from the U.S. being able to meet all our obligations. How long the Treasury can continue, and the House Republic preparing contingency plans. Dealing with debt ceiling will be not an easy task for Congress, especially now the GOP is taking control of the House. It's expected to unleash a battle between conservative GOP who want to tie any lifting the limit to spending cuts and Democrats who fiercely oppose any reductions. You see, Roy, one of the key players, stand up. McCarthy's caution the contour of the proposed shall be worked out. McCarthy stuck in the middle with his party holding a razor-thin majority in the chamber. Also, any member can call for motion to vacate. Asked if he could guarantee the Republicans would provide the votes as they raise the debt ceiling, McCarthy said, "We don't want to put any official promise to our economy, and we won't. Official promise will be continuing to do business as usual." Republicans, he said, would not allow spending money wastefully. Well, there you go. So the debt ceiling was raised. Extraordinary measures to avoid defaulting on the government obligations. A default can cause chaos. Goldman Sachs warned last night close call could set turn off in Wall Street that causes losses in retirement accounts and investment portfolios of everyday Americans. See, they're worried about everyday Americans. It seems likely the uncertainty of the debt limit could lead to substantial volatility in the financial markets. Yeah. Beyond markets, Goldman Sachs said a failure to raise the debt limit would pose greater risk to government spending. Ultimately, the economic growth would be to Treasury securities themselves. That's because in order to avoid the default, federal government shift money around to keep paying interest on treasuries. Yada, 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 yada. White House says no concessions on negotiations. So, anyways, is there anything more I can read? And so let me just tell you what I think, okay? So it says here, right? This is something you need to prep for. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. But he said this is something that could come down the pipe, okay? A default forced by the MAGA extremist Republicans, stupid name for it, could plunge the country in a deep recession. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. And lead to even higher costs for American working family and everything from mortgages to car payments to credit cards. Leaders said that would bankrupt the country pretty much, The civil service retirement disability funds, federal funds, she noted Congress authorized, yada, yada. Those funds will be made whole. So while I use the restroom for a second, I want you to think, okay? Think, okay? Think. That is. So what does that mean exactly? It means what it means. You see, I'm going to use the restroom. Okay, I'll continue and I'll explain what it means for you and the banking system. Give me a second. Okay, peeps, I'm back. So, you guys have been waiting patiently. Let me just tell you what's going on, okay? So, one of the things I want to tell you guys about is what Teldor is talking about. All right, I was using the toilet, and looking up information, and Federal Reserve keeps pushing interest rates higher, right? Remember that report where it says if they push interest rates higher, people can't afford their credit card payments. They can't afford their mortgage payments. They can't afford their car payments. So the repo man gets their car. The repo people take their houses. The repo people take them to court for credit cards. No jobs. The country goes down the toilet. And then banks fail due to the fact that they don't have the equity to support the loans, right? Because people are seeing a recession. Now, what we're trying to teach you is, right now, the federal government is literally saying that, if they don't raise the debt ceiling, right, by June or the 19th, right, and they shut down the government, a lot of Democrats are saying, see, we're just going to vote for so basically what it means is, right, I was just seeing if anyone emailed me at Yahoo or AOL, right? So what it means, right, is the fact that the American people sees the debt ceiling not raised, right? That first Social Security pays every month, so you don't have to worry about Social Security payments, right? But no one talks about Medicare payments. No one talks about Medicaid payments. No one talks about food stamps, right? These are programs that the Democrats want to hold dearly to them, right? Now, a lot of people say, oh, don't you support the poor? I do, if they're truly poor. Then people ask me outright, do you support the Democratic things? Well, let me put it to you this way, okay? Out of love for you all, do I support the government using the pandemic card to keep people away? Look at Zoe for example. Zoe said she went to town the other day, I think it was Chicago, and she said something about it's dead as in mackerel there, right? It's dead here. Literally, it is freaking dead here. I have never seen. I have never seen. Uh, I have never seen. Let me see. Is the sheriff blog updated yet? No. Yeah. I have not seen, right, anything. The sheriff's logs right here. So, did they actually update it? Nope, they haven't. So, it has been updated in 2 weeks. See? They always basically send someone to censor it. See? So, we don't know. That's why I hear it on Squawk Box. Okay. So, if they default, right, on the government debts, they'll shovel money around until June, and then we've exhausted it. But you think the Republicans are going to raise the debt ceiling now that they control the House? No. They're going to blame and say this is all the Democrats' fault. Now, in some ways, it is, okay? For example, right? And this is why, you got to look at Teldor's comment. He says, again, acta non verba. All right, hold on. Let me see here. Acta non verba. Let me look it up. Thank you, Teldor. Acta non verba. One of the assassinations of Julius Caesar is uttered these last words. Okay. Project Oakland, California. Knives, active number knives, active verb and non Latin. So active non verb and simple phrase in a dictionary is agree acta actum, non verbatim or verbum word. A much more detailed detection relation cause can be sentence analysis. Okay. Yeah. So Teldor says, I think what Teldor is saying is acta non verba is a word after Julius Caesar was assassinated, which means the American people could be assassinated on the grounds of politically if the banking run for the money. And so he says, remember what I said, Prepper? Apparently there's going to be a major round of banks. Yes, there is. Why? Because more likely when the government basically points the fingers at the Democrats and won't pass a simple budget that only gives simplicity and not pork barrel spending, then you're going to see the Democrats ain't budging because the Democrats want to give handouts to people. You see, people in mass are going to want to take their money out. Banks won't let you. Yes, that affects everything. Credit cards, gift cards, Social Security payments, food stamps. So heed the warning, my beautiful friends. Prep like your ass. Depends on it. If you think I'm wrong, just ask Rita. So basically, this could trigger an entire depression, and it's not just, the banking system. If the government, people say, oh, well, the government, we were out like a month one time, right? Military didn't get paid. The, people were on food stamps while waiting. The military didn't get paid. The retirees didn't get paid. Services were stopped on a lot of different services, right? So, look it up if you don't know what it means. These tick turds, or these turd nuggets, are saying everything is okay. They always say that. The thing is not everything's okay. Everything is. I'll tell you why they believe that. Okay, this is Teldor talking, right? Economy is good, nothing to worry about, etc. But as Rita would say, the proof is in the pudding. Prep. Proof's in the pudding. Yeah, think about it. All right. They're giving you a false narrative, okay? They're giving you a fucking false narrative. What they're saying to you all, the preppers, is this, right? They're sitting there, right? Oh, did he email me yet? No, I'm not asking for a gift card. I'm just seeing if he emailed me on AOL or Yahoo. Okay, nothing. Okay, cool. Basically, if the government defaults, right? Hypothetically, they say Tuesday or Thursday, something like that. I think they said it defaults on the 19th. Let me look that up. I think it was the 19th they said it. Tuesday is Chloe's birthday, so I think it's the 19th. Let me look it up. The 19th is Thursday, so if they default, they're going to blame the Democrats, right? They're going to be like, the Democrats are at fault. We didn't raise the debt ceiling. You know what? The thing is, the Republicans, no offense, okay? I don't believe in both parties, but I'm going to go out on a limb here for the Republicans and say, look, the Republicans are doing their fucking job, okay? Some Democratic liberal pussies want to fucking say that they're not doing their job. Guess what? They're doing their job. You see, the Democrats don't want to budge, okay? Here's what the Democrats are trying to do. They're trying to make this country a fucking communist country. They're trying to do what Uncle Joe says, you'll have nothing and be happy. Sorry to say, I want stuff. Yeah, I want to complete my game collection. That's what I really want in life. But I'm doing YouTube vids to tell you guys to keep fucking prepping. Now, if the government defaults, stock markets go down because the stock market can't trust the government to support the thing, right? Tesla goes down, SpaceX goes down. All these things go down, right? How are they going to rebound? They're going to sit there and keep it shut, right? To make a point. They're going to use anything they can to win 2024. Trust me. And this could do it too, on the grounds that they didn't win 2022, right? They could blame the Democrats for not, but it could blow up in their face and win to the Democrats, states, right? Think of it this way, okay? Default goes in, right? They can't. They default on January 19th, right? Thursday. I think it's January 19th, right? Anyways, something in the next week. Let's just say they default. They sit on it, right? Republicans are like, nope. The thing is the Republicans trying to piss off the people? No, Republicans are doing their job because think about it. Republicans are tired of defending the cause. Now think of it. You got the MAGA extreme, supposedly, and you got the conservative GOP. They are all fighting for they're doing their votes, right? Constituents email, don't vote, don't do this, shut down the government, do that, right? The people like PP is saying, oh, we control the House, we control this. Well, maybe, but who's going to be at fault? You see, the Democrats are going to say, look, you can have your food stamps, you can have your free phone, you can have your free sex changes at our expense. You can be a real woman because that's what we see you as. You can be a real man because that's what we see of the tranny people. We will give you your same-sex marriages. We accept you. All the while, while peddling and backpedaling their deal to make the country communist. You have the Republicans saying, look, you want your phone service, get off your ass and work for it. You want your food, get off your ass and work for it. Red states, they've already done that. Blue states, they keep giving handouts. And then you're going to see a massive exodus. People and Republicans in blue states are going to go to red states because they're going to exodus themselves because the blue states are going to try to take away their guns. Then you got the Democrats in red states saying pro-choice, free sex change, free phone, free internet, free rent, going to blue states. So it's going to be a massive tidal change. Meanwhile, you're going to see the true colors of the country. I mean, think about it. Think about it. California is a Democratic state, right? Pelosi was a Democrat. McCarthy's a Republican, right? California will never go red. No offense, Pee-wee. But think of it this way. California is one of the fucking major states that gets fucking money, right? California gets the most money in the fucking union for benefits, sex changes, and free phones, and Medi-Cal, and facial surgery, breast implants, facial surgery, cooter jobs, penis jobs, whatever. Next state that's getting the most money is New York. Why? Chuck Schumer, one of the 4 major senators. So California's got 2 Congress people, right? And New York's got a major money on the major 4, which is, Chuck Schumer. So you got Chuck Schumer in the Senate, and you got minority leader. The minority Jeffries guy is New York, so more money goes to New York, right? And then you got Pelosi and McCarthy getting the dump of the money in California. Where does that leave you, people? Kentucky, Mitch McConnell getting the rest. Rest of the states, doled out. It's the higher states with the higher leadership that gets the most money. Think of it. You don't want to give up? No. What they want to do, they want to pass bills, state bills. Abortion's wrong. So be it. Let the red states do it. I don't care. But it's going to make a massive title. Let me tell you a story. The other day, I was talking to Higgins. He was talking about prescription coverage, right? Prescription coverage is mostly controlled by Republicans, right? They want a lot of these elderly to die, right? And he's like, oh, the CARS program and this. You know what the problem is with these people? They control the insurance companies. But because the Affordable Care Act was rammed down by the Democrats, we have to cover sex changes. But the Republicans want to basically do away with it by basically putting it in to 26 of the Republican states, or 25 Republican states. Then the trannies come out and say, oh, well, if we don't get it, we commit suicide. within 2 years of having their sex change, 78% of them commit suicide. That's the facts. A lot of them are transitioning before 18, and they're coming out now saying that the doctors are wrong and this is a propaganda machine. So they're suing the doctors. If the doctors get sued and the people win, then eventually these people, these children that are under 18, need to be protected. You see, they're basically giving a big, major, fucking, big old shit burger. And they're literally not a nothing burger, a big old shit burger by basically being told, look at Chris Beck, the Warrior Princess. Go look up his book. He will transition. You know, there's people that claim that they are better suited with a cooter than a penis. Supposedly, Chloe calls it Bruce Jenner, but we won't go there. Point is this is why the Republicans are doing their fucking job. You see, the American people are tired of fucking handouts. Look at my cousin Dinky. Oregon, handouts everywhere. Texas, no handouts. Think about it. I support my family, okay? They're hardworking Americans. I do what I can when I can. But you got other people saying, oh, you know, look at Chloe. Oh, our rights are being taken. No, the Republicans are taking away rights for the trannies in the red states. You're in a blue state. Don't even fucking worry about it. You see? One of the congressional Republicans said that there's going to be a war between blue states and red states. It's happening. But why is people going to make a run for the banks? Well, think of it. There's so many things happening, okay? For one, if people realize there's a bank run, the banks will lock their doors, right? If one person does it, that doesn't matter. But if 100,000 do it, they might consider it. If 10 million people do it, they're going to be worried. If 100 million people do it that have bank accounts, they're going to be panicking. You see, the problem is the American people are watching to see how the government gets out of this. Fortunately, the Democrats are not going to budge, and the Republicans aren't going to budge. They're basically saying, we control purse strings, we control what you do. Instead, if the government defaults, this is where it gets bad, because let me just tell you how it's going to play out. Now, you heard Teldor say, you know, banking run, right? Well, let me explain that, right? And it says, going to be a major run on banks, meaning people master take their money out of the banks, won't let you. Yeah, that affects anything with credit cards, gift cards, Social Security payments, food stamps, etc. Now, food stamps is on a different program, but what he's talking about is the banking system. The government is going to probably eventually freeze our bank accounts, okay? Literally, and I'll explain why. Let me use the bathroom, because this is big news, okay? This is big news where I got to sit down and have a tobacco pinch, because you guys got to hear it from me. You see, okay, here we go. You remember when I said, if the government defaults, right? Well, Teldor says, you know, bank run. Well, think of it this way. Remember that article I read where it says Janet Yellen said they can shift around things? You remember in the early 2000s to 2010s when we bailed out the auto industry and we bailed out the banks? Think about it. We control the banks, what they do, right? Right? So picture this. Government defaults. We're at a stalemate in the House and Senate. Yellen sits there and says, oh, we have to do something. What do? They could shift all the equity and Social Security payments and all our money into the bank, freeze everything to divert it to make the payments, because now you're working for nothing. You're not paying your electric bill. You're not paying your internet bill. Meanwhile, they could freeze everything. And then the government turns around and makes some shitty ass deals. Think about it. Shitty ass deals, right? You sit there and say, oh, what deals? Think of it this way. When the coronavirus first happened and they couldn't evict people, they would basically make a deal. You may not evict people because people will need to live where they're at. But even if your lease is up, you can't evict them because the government's at a stalemate, right? But think of what the Republicans are also doing, right? The Republicans are trying to balance a budget, right? And the Democrats, no offense, they want to sit there and say, but we have to give people food stamps. We have to give them Medicaid. Fine, give them the Medicaid, but cut out the cosmetic and plastic surgery and breast implants, fake penises, fake vaginas, fake whatever, right? Oh, well, we can't do that because that's discrimination. So the Democrats stall the deal until the Republicans either crack or basically the entire country goes down the shitter. Meanwhile, the Democrats have this plan. We'll just take all the people's money out and divert it to the fucking payments that we need because the Republicans will be blamed. So if the Democrat retirees don't get their Social Security checks, we'll just blame, and they die, we'll just blame the Republicans for not budging because these people are people and, we have to be humane about it, right? Republicans are like, look, we're spending trillions of dollars in sex changes. We're paying trillions of dollars for plastic surgery. We're paying trillions, right? And then the Democrats say, oh, look, the Republicans are spending trillions of dollars in military hardware. $20 billion for an aircraft carrier. That could have went to food stamps and sex changes, right? Don't forget the Republicans think if people have kids, then they need to basically support their kids instead of having the Democrats cut checks for free child care. Think about it. People are Democrat because of the fucking handouts. Now, think of the banking run. You can't get your money. Republicans that are stalemate. Republicans want to cut spending, right? They're not going to spit their programs, military and we need a mighty, mighty military, right? No one wants to join the military. Why? Too many rapes, too many murders, too many PTSD, too many obese people eating McDonald's, so the military is going down. Then you have the other side of the coin. You see, if the government shut the fucking down and they point fingers, they're hoping that the Republicans lose because, well, look at, there's 26 bills in 26 states banning sex changes and banning abortions and banning this. They're hoping that they can get enough people to vote, right? And then the Democrats pass pro this, pro this, pro this. But then the Republicans turn around in the federal government and say, look, you passed in your state legislature, California, Oregon, Washington, that we have to cover sex changes. You better raise the taxes of the American people, or your taxes for the Washingtonians, Oregon, Californians, Nevadians, New Mexicans, any Democratic state, raise their taxes to cover the sex change. And then you're going to see people that like the idea of free, realizing that now there's more problems in this country. So what happens? People that are sitting there being taxed to death, the Higgins, the Zoes, the Pee-wees, the Danos, the Fannies in a red state, so don't worry. They might just pack up. Let's just say most of my moderators that are in Democratic states, the ones that are Republican, pack up and go to from a blue state to a red state. Why? They don't want to be taxed the shit out of. Oh, sorry, Pee-wee, we got to raise your house taxes another $50,000 a year. No, I mean 50,000 higher or 100,000 more interest. But you're going to be paying like $1,500 to $2,000 more. Don't worry, you're paying for homeless people and sex changes. He was going to say, fuck this, pack up and leave. Why? Because she can. Because she's not going to be told your taxes are not paying for homeless people, homeless apartments, homeless cell phones, homeless food, homeless sex changes, or whatever, homeless people and sex changes. Yeah. Or freeloaders. Let's just say freeloaders in general, right? This is why the Republicans are basically sitting there saying, look, we'll give in to what you guys want, but you got to come down on a level that we can agree on. We're not going to be giving handouts. That's why people say to me, I'd be a terrible politician because I'm the fucking type that would sit there in the House. I wish someone would get me into Congress or the Senate. Congresswoman Krabby McCoffee, how do you vote today on the budget? Do you agree to this a budget? No. Nonka. I mean, literally, think of it. Me and Moppy in Congress. Yeah, nonka, nonka, nonka. But no, if the bank is that, and the Federal Reserve is trying to cause this country to go into default. They're also trying to cripple this country to reset the markets. I mean, look, Federal Reserve is really trying to stop, right? And this is where it's coming down the pipe, the banking collapse, for example, right? If it happens, they're trying to force unemployment to go through the roof, which they can't do. They're like, oh, the recession's not that bad. Let's just raise interest rates so they can't finance anything. So it cripples the citizens. And if that doesn't work, let's raise it some more, raise it some more. Meanwhile, the government's turning around saying, oh, look, we defaulted. Now we have to basically wait till June, right? Meanwhile, they can basically shut down the government 6 months. Democrats will blame the Republicans will blame the Democrats. Nothing will get done. And then Biden will be like, it's the do nothing Republican Congress, like the Truman speech. They're not doing anything. And because of it, we, the citizens, need to vote these people out. Okay. Sorry to say, people, I love you all, but the banking collapse could happen. And why do they want the banking collapse? No, let's see. Acta non verba, it's more efficacious to act than talk, and individual deeds present something of more importance in the contrary to their statements, referring to prepping. Oh, cool. Yeah, so I just saw him say that, so I'm just going to like it. Thank you, Teldor. So basically, the point making, right, is when it comes to the banking, right, what Teldor is talking about, they're talking about collapsing the government. They want to raise the interest rate so no one can afford it. And remember Biden's statement, you will have nothing to be happy. I want stuff, sorry to say. You're going to see things go down the toilet, which could cause a depression. But a lot of people say, oh, we're full of shit. Look at fucking, this one girl I knew. We're going to be in a land of milk and honey. We're not going to have a meat shortage. Well, remember the notes I just gave you? Recently, they said between December and January, they killed over 58 million egg-laying chickens because of the chicken virus. I'm just going to call it the chicken pandemic, right? That means currently almost 200 million, or about 200 million egg-laying chickens. It's like 140, 58. So you're looking at 198 million chickens have been killed. Do we eat them? I don't know. But if you're having that, eggs are going to get more and more scarce. Now, I don't use that many eggs because, high cholesterol and all, but, you're going to see eggs go through the roof. Remember earlier I did the video about the eggs, right? Then you have the other problem. You're saying, get to the point that Teldor's making. If the stock market goes down because they keep raising the interest rates and no one can afford the interest rates, eventually, if the government collapses because the debt is collapsed, right? Because we failed on the debt, raising the debt ceiling. We can't raise the debt ceiling. And that means if we don't fail on the debt ceiling and we do go to a AA, everything hinders on, two things. Federal Reserve, they got their first wish. They crippled the economy, right? They basically stopped it head. First, they're going to raise interest rates as high as they can, right? And then people aren't going to be buying supply and demand for the stores because they use credit, and people go and buy the stuff, and then their debit card gets charged for it, and then they make their money, and then they buy more stock. But if no one's buying anything, the stock in the grocery store is going to get thinner and thinner. Eventually, you're going to see beer, you're going to see milk, you're not going to see water, you're not going to see food, right? Then they say, oh, we got this part done, right? Meanwhile, as preppers, we're doing good. Then people are going to panic, right? They're going to run out to the store knowing that the stores are getting shorter and shorter in supplies, buy out more stuff, panic buying. Then when they say, oh, this is great, people are going to pay whatever prices they want. Then two, when the debt isn't raised and we do finally get the economy collapsed because the government wants to collapse it. Doesn't matter if it's Republicans or Democrats. Okay, what matters is if the debt ceiling ain't raised, the country can't pay its bills. But the country can't pay its bills because the Republicans are at stalemate with the Democrats because the Democrats want the handouts to give into the freeloaders and the freeloaders to deserve it. Which, if you look at the Republicans' hand, they're like, look, you want to take away people's guns, not cool. You want to make it so all electricity, not cool. You want to spend trillions of dollars in infrastructure, which, how's that going to work? You want to do all this, yet you won't cut corners. But then they say, oh, we're not cutting corners and we're standing firm. Freeloaders need freeloading stuff, whereas the Republicans don't need their military. Right? So let's go on. And by the way, there's a report that said 86% of people in the military, whether it be non-commissioned officers or officers, are on food stamps currently. 86%. That means the military is not even supporting them properly because of this recession. But anyways, we won't go there yet. Mama Fanny can weigh in later on that if she wishes. But my point is if we default and we don't get anything done, and then we default on the debt ceiling raising, and then we default in June, the banking collapse could happen. But you get all these fucking Peckerwood Democratic people, Democrats, liberal pussies saying, oh, they're going to raise the debt. I have no problem. The land of milk and honey, right? Meanwhile, while they're believing in their fairy tale land, the government raises the interest rates, and then all of a sudden they get their credit card payment, and they say, oh, I can't pay it, right? They've already maxed out their cards, but they can't pay it now because the Federal Reserve decided, the poor is using credit cards to finance their meats and their foods and their toys and their goodies. Cut them off. That's how they do it. Then they say, I can't pay. Meanwhile, the preppers like me sitting there going, credit is bad. Yeah. On the same note, they want to reset the country's currency so everything's digital. I mean, look, you don't think that the digital currency is failing right now. It's because it's failing because they want to put on a show saying, oh, can't trust digital, right? But in their mind, they want to control your banking system. They want to control everything. The Democrats and the Republicans have a plan. We give you money, you work for money, we're going to tell you what you can and can't buy. And that's what they're working on. They're literally slowly whittling away and chipping at everything you can and can't own. Eventually, every American out there is going to be having nothing and just roof over their head, food in their belly, and basic needs. And they'll be happy, is what Joe Biden said. Think about it. You think I'm making this shit up? I'm not. That is what they're trying to do. They're trying to collapse the banking system and reset it. Because you know why they want to reset it? For some of you preppers out there that I keep telling you, so they could reset the fucking debt ceiling to zero. Right now, in the entire world, the world's debt population is $300 trillion. And you think I don't handle spreadsheets for nothing. 300 trillion, or give or take. We're 31 trillion. That's if you take all the countries of the world and combine it, since they reset the debt currency, right? From the last reset. Why? Because they want to reset it because too many people. If they reset it, that means that they have to reset the entire system. That means your property taxes. Higgins would probably be happy. They might just raise it another $200,000-$300,000 with property taxes just because to make it so no one can afford houses. Mm-hmm. And also, we have making house makers or homemakers making a lot of homes right now, home manufacturers, companies, custom jobbies, and they're making more houses than they're selling because they can't sell them because no one can afford a house. Look at the finances. Oh, cars, cars, cars. Not many people are buying cars either. Look at that. The American people literally, no offense, the American people are literally not knowing what's coming down the pipe. I mean, think of it. They want to cripple the banking system to the point where, as soon as they know the banking system will collapse, they will shut the banks down and reset everyone's currency, which could take a week, 2 weeks, a month. And then they're going to fucking debate it in the House and Senate to pass bills. Meanwhile, how are you going to buy your laundry soap? How are you going to buy your dish soap? How are you going to pay your bills? Everyone's going to sit there and wait. Meanwhile, the entire banking system is going to be fucking overhauled because that's what they want to do. Everyone knows this, but you fucking liberal pussies think, oh, it won't happen. You're just a paranoid, schizophrenic, douchebag, wannabe woman. Because look, if the preppers are losing their subscribers, it's because they're full of shit. They didn't get their Civil War. Oh, World War III, that won't happen. It's all just about money making. Well, in some ways it is, but do you see me asking for money? No. Well, I do ask for gift cards if you think my content's good. So far, I've only gotten like 4 gift cards in the last 5 months. So that tells you right there, my content's not that good, but my rants apparently are really good. So the point being is, think about the American people. Some of you can't afford gift cards. Some of you can't afford presents. Some of you can't afford anything, and I accept that. But I'm here to give you the content that you need to keep prepping because that's what I'm here for. I'm not here for a handout. What I'm here to tell you is there's options. Nuclear option, 1%. 1 fucking percent. 5% possibly, 5% chance the power grid would go down and internet. 5% also for the internet. So internet, power, nuclear war, 1. So 3 things, right? More likely natural disasters, right? Then you have the other things. You see, a lot of people know if the government defaults or doesn't raise the debt ceiling, that means after a certain time, the food stamps will run out. The free phones will run out. The services that people rely on, the free advocates that give food vouchers and apartments and restraining orders for domestic violence people will be gone. You say, oh, well, that's a good thing. Maybe if you're in a red state. Blue state people are always like, oh, we need to advocate for more money. But what do? Nothing. Then you have the people that can't do food stamps. So maybe they have a nest egg in their bank. They run out and take their money out to go buy more food because the food stamps aren't trickling in anymore because food stamps have been cut off. And then they have to sit there and then they go out and they cancel their main phone service, and then they go buy a track phone for $20, flip phone, and then they put $15 a month on an unlimited minutes to have a track phone. And they say, oh, well, I had to cut corners. And then they sit there and they say, oh, my kids are gamers, but because we have to cut corners because, we're in a financial stink, they're going to start lowering their internet speeds to basic, saying, oh, this is for browsing the internet, checking Facebook, Discord, etc. Then they might sit there and say, oh, I better buy one of these because I'm not using a smartphone, a planner. Then they will probably slip back into the point where they're in the 90s or 2000s where the internet was used for email only and browsing the net, or basically cutting corners to place orders from time to time. And in some cases, they might even cut their orders down and not even order anything because they can't afford it. You see where I'm going with this? So technically, that is the problem, So when you sit around and you think, oh, is Rita right or wrong? Think about it. They might basically force it, Literally. The government already spent billions of dollars on a worthless program. Okay. The government, the Democrats, wasted so much money to give vouchers for free analog to digital converters so they can convert digital to analog converter because they got rid of the pocket TVs. If they didn't get rid of the analog signal, we'd still be fucking using analog. Why? Because that technology is simple. They didn't want you carrying a TV around. They didn't want you to have a portable TV in case of an emergency. No, they want you to buy a portable TV for $150, put it on your table and with an antenna. And if you don't get anything, well, you're not too far from the tower. But they don't want any television moving around in the vehicle. They want it to be stationary. So in a prepping situation, they want you to basically have no commutes. They want to track you. You don't think the government sits there and emails me, your phone is outdated. Upgrade to a smartphone. As long as there's a flip phone, I ain't upgrading. You see, I have my motto and my methods and my reasons, my moral values. Thing is they can track you if you're making a phone call anywhere in the world with the phone, but they can't track you if you're going from here to the grocery store on a flip phone. You just walk on. There's no GPS. You're like, oh, no, web browser. Well, that's got a minimal web browser, but the web browser only works on Wi-Fi. So if you don't have Wi-Fi, web browser doesn't work on my phone. Those flip phones, plain Jane. Why does people use flip phones? I tell you what, because I'm elderly, just want beep, 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 beep. Oh, yeah. Click. Whereas others, they need a phone and the pin and be like, oh, yeah, I got a $1,500 phone. I'm a real princess, blah, blah, blah. Maybe, but you don't see me fucking complaining, do you? Yeah, well, I am. Why? Because some people don't need the fucking $1,500 fucking phones. What you need is not to have. The country shouldn't be making $1,500 fucking phones. How many fucking people can afford a $1,500 fucking phone? Think about it. How many people can afford a $1,500 phone? Not me. Oh, well, I finance it. It's the land of milk and honey. Finance. Financing only puts you in more debt. Hold on. Okay, so here we go, right? A lot of you sit there and you tell me, oh, you're full of crap, right? Well, let me put it this way. When you put money into the bank, the money is basically held in the bank, right? And the bank's using your money to finance other people's credit. So if your money is financing, right, and the bank turns around, let's just say it's Key Bank, Bank of America, Chase Bank, whatever, credit unions, they're holding your money. They're using your money that you can access anytime because they know, oh, they're looking at your patterns, right? They want to hold the money. And what they're doing is they're holding your money while you turn around and you pay your bills, right? And let's just say you just sit on your money every month, right? You don't touch it, right? Unless you need to. The money is there, right? For them to use as collateral to extend other people's credits, right? But if the other people default on their credits and go to creditors and stuff, your money is still secure, but the bank is taking a big negative loss in their budget sheets or their balance sheets, right? So eventually, if too many people are financing and not enough income to cover the bank's loans to these other people, the bank's got to pay for higher interest rates. And then the Federal Reserve says, oh, these banks are failing. Let's raise the federal interest rate so credit cards are harder to get. But if someone like me sits there and says, oh, it doesn't affect me. It does affect me because, Higgins says, oh, you always say it's not my problem, blah, blah, blah. It is my problem. You see, Higgins gets his SSI checked. What if one day Higgins goes in to take it out? He wants to buy a scanner. And I say, sorry, we can't let you have your money. Higgins is sitting there going, oh, well, my money hasn't been touched. I can't touch it, right? Meanwhile, I or Chloe goes to our bank and they say, sorry, we can't give you your money, it's because the banks have failed and went bankrupt due to the fact that they financed too many fucking dillwads using credit cards to finance their Christmas purchases and their meat purchases and their gas purchases and their car purchases. And in the end, the damn thing collapses. So another reason why you're prepping is because the banking system is being forced to reset itself. They want to reset it so they have a zero bank balance on the federal government. But at the same time, who gets to suffer while they reset everything? Just like under FDR, the citizens suffered. Some of it caused the Great Depression. Some of them had to go to soup lines and bread lines and everything else. I mean, it is not an easy task. The American people need to realize, like Teldor is saying, that the American people are literally, basically, bloodily seeing that if the debt ceiling isn't raised in 2 days after Chloe's birthday, then frankly, then they run out of money in June, which means they're trying to reset the balance. But guess what? People are going to sit there and blame the Republicans. Chloe's going to be like, those Republicans. But no one realizes that the fucking people deep breaths, Rita, deep breaths. That the fucking people don't realize that the Democrats are semi the fucking problem. You see, you got people out there, fucking people out there, my preppers, that got their hands out like this. And I know Chloe's always hating this symbol or this symbol.
I'm looking, I'm petting him.
Why are you out in here anyways? You're trying to trigger me again?
No, I'm trying to pet him. I just came here to see him.
The bottom line is, the American people know there's a reset coming, but it's going to affect all of us when they do it because we won't have access to all of our money. 2, the Democrats and the Republicans are going to both be at fault. See, the Democrats, they don't want to budge, okay? The Democrats and the Republicans don't want to budge. You see,
I have to check his ears, okay? I was concerned. His ears okay.
the Democrats and Republicans are at fault because you got these fucking people that believe in the Democratic liberal pussies who are fucking giving you free handouts, free sex changes. Oh, we got to accept everyone as a real woman. You know what? When a man has a sex change and gets fucking raped, they consider that person a real woman. It's just a man with an inverted dick. So they're not a fucking, they're a raped man, not a raped woman, a raped man. You see where I'm going with this? So the Democrats want to give handouts to these fucking freeloaders. Literally, I don't support the fucking freeloaders. They sit there and go, look, I'm a real woman. You gotta treat me like a princess. And then they call me a hateful bigot because of it. You know what? I may be a proud, hateful bigot, but guess what? It's these fucking freeloading dumbasses that are causing the country to fucking collapse. Because here's what they do. The Democrats sit there and they make a deal. The Republicans say, fine, we'll cut them off. And then the states turn around and say, oh, well, we're heavily hit in the pandemic still. We can't get rid of the food stamps. So they keep shoveling it in. Oregon said, fuck it, you guys are going back to work, right? Other states are still handing food stamps out. And they were like, oh, well, we need to. And now people are complaining and telling states like Washington and Oregon that it should stay there until the recession goes down, the prices go back to 80s levels. I'm sorry to say, but, companies cannot survive on fucking 80s level foods. Why? Because think of the food levels. The American people turn around and they say, oh, our food levels are so low. It's so low. Our food levels are so low. You know why the fucking food, it's expensive? Again, I'll tell you why. because everyone's financing everything. Big corporations are financing wheat, bringing it in from Europe and other countries to support us for our bread and our pizza making. So if companies go bankrupt, it's because they can't get the ingredients. I mean, look, I talked to you guys earlier today about ingredients. Why stores and restaurants shutting down? Because not enough ingredients. And if you sit there, right? Has anyone ever thought about the next big problem that's going to happen in this fucking world? I mean, I'm on a roll. I hope Teldor appreciates my narration today, because think of it this way. You got two camps, okay? Two fucking camps, okay? I'm going to say two camps, right? You got Camp A. You got the Ritas, the Teldors, the Higgins, the Pee-wees, the Zoes, the Fannies. We're all the preppers, right? We're the camp, we're prepping, we're doing everything. We're making sure we survive, right? My sister Teddy. Then you got the other fucking camp, the capitalists, right? The capitalist wants to control all the fucking farms. Why? Oh, well, if we control the farms, we control the people's food, right? What are they going to do? They're going to sit there and buy up every farm they can. And Teldor is probably sitting there going, uh-oh. What is Rita talking about? Is this shit? No. They buy it up. What are they going to do with it? Think about it. They're going to take all that meat, even if it's meat from Argentina, and funnel it into their failing businesses of Taco Stink and Burger Butt and Dairy Queef and Jack in the Crack and Carl's Jr. and Tim Hortons and every restaurant that can survive. They're going to funnel it into those restaurants and keep the meat flowing. And the vegetables. Well, you go to the store, you might get a choice. Tofu or something posing as meat, not Spam. I'm talking about the meat alternative, the veggie meat burgers or the veggie steaks or whatever, the plant-based steaks. You see what I'm saying with this? The plant-based steaks. Simple as simple can be. Think about it. Sunday morning rant. Think about it. They're going to basically put it in each camp. Eventually, they're going to take away your white milk and say, oh, you want a glass of milk? Go to Denny's to get it. I mean, it could come down to people literally not having enough to eat, and they're going to have to funnel their useless crap hole foods into McDumpers and other shithole restaurants, because we're not seeing the food. We're seeing less and less. I mean, look, right now, there's a food shortage, which means the restaurants are running out of food too. So they're not running. And on top of that, let me tell you the other problem in the blue states. Red states don't have this problem. Blue states do. Has anyone fucking looked at the tourist traps of the U.S.? New York City, dead as a noodle. Chicago, dead as a mackerel. Washington, D.C., dead. Other Democratic states, dead as a mackerel. Why? Because everyone's worried about the pandemic and the virus killing them. But at the same time, the blue states are the ones running out of the fucking food first. You got these liars like SP going, oh, the United States is out of groceries. All in the red states, really. I just checked Texas the other day. They're still fucking topped up as topped up can be. They're tippy-toppy shapy. Here. I think the interest rates, this is my opinion, is what's causing prices to go high. And two is the people can't get extended credit to buy their supplies they need for the store. So they're running out. Look at Higgins. Oh, my mom got 7 bags of carrots. Yummy carrots. I mean, look, bottom menu planner is coming soon, so I can actually make menus for me and Chloe. And I also got a journal coming too. I'm going to be reviewing journals now. Why? Because I have to review. It's part of my mode for you preppers out there. We can start a great community if we just pull ourselves together and email me and give me the reports from your areas of the grocery stores. But they say, oh, you're trying to copy SP. No, I'm not. SP, in my opinion, I don't like him. Mother Fanny knows I call him a douchebag. Why? because he's got a store and he's like, oh yeah, the problem with the preppers out there, okay? Literally, let me just tell you what's going on, okay? Now, if you look at the comments and the one from last night, right, with Teldor says the banking collapse, right? Now, if you go up there, I have watched other prepping channels. They have mega subscribers. Yeah, they get super chats. They get cash, $100, $200. I seen one guy wanting to utter his name, got like $3,000 in super chats, right? Fact of the matter, they're a bunch of Peckerwood bastards that are fake. They're basically sitting there looking at things and making things up like, oh, yeah, we're going to overthrow the government. Doesn't happen. People start losing interest. They're like, I get a lot of preppers that come through and they email me and they say, hey, your channel's cool. You're not like these mega channels. I don't need the 1,000 subscribers to win the hearts of people. What I'm selling is the truth. These fucking Peckerwoods are taking your money. I saw a guy the other day, right? One of these mega subscribers. I got to tell Nora this, all right? You want to know what he did? He went out and bought like 20 different jackeries and 20 different fucking with his money. Went out and bought more and more prepping crap for himself. And then says, I'm going to review it for you all for your donations. You don't see me sitting there being like, please send me a jackery. Please send me a solar generator. Please send. Do I look like a mooch? No. If you guys want to donate anything in the preppers list, you may do so at your own expense. I will review whatever you want me to review, but I'm not going to ask. These guys just keep getting super chats lying through their teeth. I mean, look, no offense to Teldor or Zoe or Pee-wee or Fanny or Higgins, but all these mega preppers out there are fucking grifters. They remind me of the grift, the con men of the day. They sit there and they're like, oh, we're going to overthrow the government. Doesn't happen. Oh, we're prepping for it. Doesn't happen. Oh, doesn't happen. And people are watching, right? Between June and November of 2022 is the big peakness of prepping. Right after the election, they're like, all right, we're ready. Lock and load, yada, yada, yada. Nothing happens. Why? Because no one in this country's got a fucking pair of balls to fucking stand up against the government. Doesn't matter. I don't support violence. But my personal opinions and my freedom of speech say, look, the American people are being fucking shafted. Why do you think I want to be president of the United States? Why do you think I want to be in Congress? Why do you think I want to be in the Senate? Because I can make a difference. People need a fucking voice, and I'm their voice. And literally, I'm getting tired of fucking seeing handouts being like, oh, yeah, I'm going to do my breast implants. I'm a real woman. And then when I got a cooter, I'm going to have sex with men. Sorry to say, but men don't want sex with another man who looks like a woman. I mean, I've seen some really crusty men who become women, and they are butt fucking ugly. Yeah, so Zoe and I were talking about this. Lamb ribs, yum, yum. Smoked salmon pizza, yucky. Smoked salmon pizza, do. Okay, where was I? I don't remember. You see, we got sidetracked with that email, but truth is in the pudding, okay? Point is the American people need a voice. They don't need some chicken shit son of a bitch turning around and being like, buy my crap. I mean, look, we don't even need to utter the guy's name, but one guy is all right. If he can't get fucking chaos and anarchy, he's fucking turning around and talking about nuclear war. Think about it. He's losing subscribers. People are like, enough's enough. I mean, look, we had 7 things we were watching, all right, for preppers. 7. I think it's 6 or 7. 1, banking collapse. Still watching it. Why do you think I keep talking about it? Banking collapse. I just say, it's maybe 10% chance, but it's still a big chance, right? And then you got nuclear war. 1%, right? That would wipe out the entire world. We would not be ready for it. Unexpected. 3, civil war. Unless the country is unified against a common enemy, that's very highly unlikely. 4, World War III, not a conventional war. Highly unlikely, but I'm watching that. So, I think that's the ones we're watching. There's a couple others. I just can't remember off the tip of my tongue. But you know what? I've been on this for so long. You guys should agree. I know what I'm talking about. The thing is, the American people need to realize the American people are suffering. The American people need to keep prepping. It's not going to get any easier. It's going to get worse before it gets better. People need to think before they act. People need to prep like their life depends on it. I got shipments. A lot of people say, oh, how come Amazon's so slow? Because Amazon laid off more employees. Eventually, they're not going to have any employees to work because they're afraid they're going to unionize the damn son of a bitch. You know? So apparently, he's at 114. I'm sick and tired of this crap. He's still watching this still. Okay, so he says, excellent rant. Yeah, they want us to eat veggie burgers and bugs while they gorge on prime rib and porterhouse steaks. No, thank you. I'm with you. Yeah, exactly. You see, the stores literally, the thing is, look at, the whole food thing, the food chain. They're literally screwing over the people. Now they're screwing over the people, and the people don't like it. Truth is in the pudding. Think about it. Truth's in the pudding. I mean, the truth nugget's out there. You just got to look for it. Fortunately, people are sitting there. Okay, I'll tell you how the people are looking at it, right? Well, I'll tell you how each party thinks about it, right? You got the Republicans, the preppers, the true preppers. They're prepping. You got the true preppers that were true preppers deciding to fall back because nothing happened. So they're going back to their everyday life. Then you got the Democrats. They don't need to prep because they think the government will just take all our preppers' crap and give it to them so they won't go hungry. And if we die in the process because of a gunfight or, we die because we don't have enough sustenance because their families come first, well, they think they've won. Thing is, this is how the Democrats think. So to them, the Democrats think free credit means racking up a bill, and if they can't pay, fuck it. At least they survive for a while. But eventually, it goes to the point where they can't get credit the rest of their life. 80 years old, credit because of the Great Depression 2.0. I mean, think. If a banking collapse happens, you're going to see a lot of people on the streets, the elderly shipped out of the nursing homes because no one's going to want to take care of them. No money. No moolah. You see, our currency is going down the toilet anyways, but cryptocurrency is fake currency. They figure if they can go cryptocurrency, they can control what people spend. You see, it's another way of controlling the people. You see, if you go out, say the banking collapse happens, right? And you're a prepper, and you're just sitting there, right? So let's just use Teldor and Zoe for an example. Teldor is North Dakota. He's drinking his beer, doing his big old cha, and Zoe's doing her thing, right? And prepping too. And we're all waiting for money. Then we still have internet, and they say, oh, Congress has passed a bill saying that they can monitor what you buy, right? So say Teldor goes into the store one day, right? He's like, I'm going to, they did digital. He goes in there, and they're like, I'm sorry, Mr. Teldor. We can't give you that beer because you don't qualify under this ground for a beer. Well, give me some big old cha. Sorry, sir, you don't qualify for cha. See, this is what the fucking government wants. That's the way they can contain anything. So what happens if Teldor sees some guy going to the liquor store, right? Some politician. He walks out of the Fifth. Teldor might fucking knock the guy square in the fucking face, take his booze, and say, "Thank you, you fucking peckerwood tick turd. I can't buy it. You shouldn't buy it. Oh, you're a politician? Well, let me just squish your fucking head in with a fucking boot. Take your fucking booze and leave," right? Someone says, "Oh, Mr. Teldor, do it." Then they got to pass all these bills, basically blocking politicians from drinking. Then eventually the country or the state, the country's in a dry state. But then what happens when the country is a dry state, right? Then they go and they say, "Oh, it's another reason why they're crippling the banking system, if you didn't know, is for people like Zoe. Sorry, not Zoe, Chloe, right? Chloe goes to the pot shop for me for once in a while, right? What if you can't go in there? They take cash. And if they eliminate cash, they got to eliminate the pot business. Pot business goes bye-bye. Then pot business goes by, the booze business goes by, the tax business goes by. So you just lost two-thirds of your fucking taxes, right? Then what? Uh-oh. You know what I sense? I sense Mr. Teldor is watching me right now, live. I sense he knows what's coming next. If they can take away your booze, and they can take away your fucking tobacco, and they can take away your taxes on it, then they can take away your guns. I'm sorry you can't use your money to buy a gun. Sorry you can't pay the taxes on that gun. Then they take away the guns. Right then and there, they found a loophole. You can't buy a gun. You can't buy booze. You can't buy pot. What's next? Then they start putting a database in compiled on your own records in the government's new database system. They put trillions of dollars into. For what? Teldor can't buy a Swiss Army knife. Teldor can't buy this. Teldor can't buy that. Pee-wee can't buy this. Zoe can't buy that. Chloe can't buy this. Rita can't buy that. And they say, "Oh, look. Rita and Zoe and Pee-wee and Teldor and Fanny, they all like their coffee. Coffee is an addiction. Beep. No coffee, no tea." Then you've been just narrowed down to the narrow few that can get anything that you need. They might turn around and say, "Oh, you're not worthy of that porterhouse steak. Here, have some plant-based steak." You see, this is what the fucking government wants to do if the banking collapses. They want to overhaul everything. Think about it. You will have nothing and be happy. There you have it, people. You see, I can go on and on and on, but you guys get the idea better than I can manage. And then you got people that email me and they say, "Oh, you're anti-trans, Rita." You're damn straight I am. Why should we pay for your fucking sex change? You're not a fucking real woman. Yeah. You can't bleed and you can't have a baby, and you shouldn't be taking away genetic woman's, cisgendered women's fucking rights. Sex changes are fad. They say in 75 years there's going to be more trannies running this fucking country than there's going to be fucking straights. That means the population will go down. Then it'd be easy to conquer. Do I support them? No. But do I support prepping? Yes. There's a lot of fucking hoity-toity princess-type trannies that had sex changes that think that men should support them, stick their dick in them, and they should basically get freebies. Sorry to say, but it's not our fucking job to support these fucking freeloading bastards in drag when we gotta prep, because if the banking system collapses, who's gonna be fucking towing the line? I'll tell you, the preppers are the fucking backbone of this country right now. The non-preppers are the lazy shit fuckers that want to sit around and fucking think the government will take my preps to give it to some freeloading bum because they got to eat. If the government doesn't have enough food prepped away for every person in America, hypothetically, then it's not my job to fucking feed these fucking freeloading son of bitches. But it's not my job also to pay fucking $40 for 5 dozen eggs either. I mean, look, I used to remember bacon being $1.99 for 20 ounces. Now it's fucking $17.99 for 20 ounces. Do the fucking math, people. A loaf of bread used to be 39 to 49 cents a loaf. Now it's close to fucking $6 a loaf. And yet you fucking pissed off fucking liberal pussies want to tell me that it's okay to pay this fucking price. Oh, well, it pays the taxes. Where's our taxes going? See, Keldor answered my question the other day. What the fuck is he paying taxes for in fucking North Dakota? Why the fuck? Where's fucking Zoe's taxes being paid in her state? Where's fucking Higgins' taxes paid in his state? What is Pee Wee's taxes paying for? Higgins just got his taxes raised on the houses alone. But you see where I'm going with this? I made a good statement the other day. I want you to sit on this on a Sunday and chew on this. Think about it. Here's another homework assignment. Do some research. Do some fucking research, people. Get off your lazy ass and find out where your fucking taxes are going. If you got a dispensary, what's the taxes? What's the money going for that? If you have a liquor control board that monitors all the liquor in the grocery stores, where's your 21% taxes on every fucking bottle of booze? So you walk in buying a half gallon for $20, and you're walking out paying $40 in sales tax. You got to ask yourself, what the fuck is your taxes going to? States got their own taxes. You know, in our state, we got county tax. So when you buy a bottle of booze in Grant County, last time I remember, you're paying, if you buy a half gallon, you're paying the half gallon tax, the fifth tax, the pint tax, and the liter tax, including the county tax and the city tax. You see, you got to ask yourself, with all these fucking people nickeling and diming you to death, think of the old ways, okay? Let me give you an example. Higgins made a statement the other day, okay? You used to buy a stamp for like $1.40, stick it in Quincy, pop it in the mailbox, and about 10 days later, 7 to 10 days, your family in the Philippines, Famila, Annie, Fritzy, Abidjan, would get Christmas cards. Maybe $100 in it, whatever, you know, Merry Christmas, wifey, whatever, right? $1.40 with airmail. Now you pay $1.40. They put it on a fucking boat. On top of that, you buy a 60-cent stamp, and they fucking put it on a fucking truck that takes 7 to 14 days to get somewhere. One guy said it took 23 days, 24 days for a payment to go to him. 60 cents. They cut out airmail. My uncle used to work at the airport. I talked to my uncle's boss, who's still alive. African-American woman. Funny as hell. She said they closed down the mail service for air. Yeah, my uncle used to drive out to the planes in these little baggage cart containers, unload all the mail, listen to this radio, and they're like, Delta Flight 723 is coming in from Melbourne, Australia, or Canada. He'd go out, get the international mail, bring it in. Flight from Alaska coming down to Seattle. He'd go out, come back in. That was his job. He'd tell them to sort it. His job was to run around with a little cart, right? All over the airport, SeaTac, getting the mail. United, Continental, Delta, U.S. Air, you name it. We had air mail. In the 70s, they took away one of the services that we were paying for. You'd get your mail. You'd put your mail in a blue box. The blue box would sort it in the middle of the night at the post office, run it up to a bag. They'd fill a bag. They'd hang the bag. This is history, by the way, so he knows I know history. Train would go by with a special arm and pick it up. And then inside the mail cart, they'd be sorting the mail going to these towns. And then they'd put it in bags, right? As the train's going to some of these cities along the rail routes, they'd throw it onto the arm again and hook it there. And then the mail people would get it, pick it up, sort it, and say, oh, the town next door would need it. So they load it on a little truck and take it to the next one. Then your mail would be running efficiently. But then they canceled that service and went with airmail. Now they canceled airmail and everything goes to truck. So you do the math. The country is going backwards. So we are a victim of our fucking greedy, fucking corrupted, corporate, greedy, son of a bitch government system that wants to fucking cut everything down. They want you to pay a certain tax. They're trying to pass it. A tax that says that if you have internet, you can use your internet to pay your bills. What people don't believe in, what if elderly can't afford the internet? They go down to the post office. Can I get a money order? Then they go and they use their walker and take 2 hours, walk over to the electric company. Here's my payment. Or they go to the bank and they say, can I get an order of new checks? And they write a check out and they know it's good, throw it in the box, and they don't worry about the electric bill. Or, they walk into the T-Mobile store and say, I'm here to pay my cell phone bill. And then if you have a cell phone that's smartphone, they say, oh, you can pay your bills on your phone. You see where I'm going? The fucking government wants everything to be so fucking convenient, but there's people out there that know that if the fucking system collapsed, that's why I'm prepping you guys, that you wouldn't have access to the fucking internet. You wouldn't have access to the fucking electricity. You would probably not even have access to your own water if it's a city water pump because the power's not powering the water pump. You wouldn't have access to your fucking to your bank. You wouldn't have access to your ATM because there's no power. Again, you see where I'm going with this? Oh no, I guess you don't. You guys think I'm insane. Think about it. Think about it. Chew on it. Everything I'm telling you can happen. Nuclear war, 1%. World War III, 5%. Civil war, 5%. Banking collapse, 5%, maybe 10%. Power grid failure, 25% possibility / internet. You do the math. They want to hit us, they'd hit us with our infrastructure. First power and our internet. Everything else falls into place like dominoes. Everything else, Democrats don't believe it. They think the government will just pull their resources to feed them. But you see, I'll tell you how it's going to play out in 2 years. Every time they try to raise the debt ceiling, it's going to be stalled. Why? Because the Democrats want what they want. They want free sex changes, free phones, free internet, free rent, free this, free that. Republicans are like, no, let them get off their ass work. The virus is just a flu-like thing. They want to use the coronavirus as a control mechanism to control your fucking life. They want the banking system to reset so they can control your life. Let me tell you another story. The truth. Some deep kind. Like Pascal the Otter says in Animal Crossing, let this deep kind sink in, man. If there was a nuclear war, every Republican, every Democrat, senator, Congress, federal level, state level, city level, I'm talking county level, city level, sheriffs, police officers, and their families would fucking be the chosen one to survive. Why? Because the city spends billions of dollars or trillions over the years to keep it secret until you dig it up for nuclear bunkers. You do know in Russian history, every city's got a nuclear fallout shelter to house every Russian citizen. Same with China. During the Cold War, the United States had plenty of bunkers for everyone, but they decided to reuse them and resell them because, the Cold War is over. Russia and China and other parts of Europe knew it was never over. So they kept it here. We turned them into swimming pools. We turned them into parking garages. We turned them into whatever we wanted. Now, only the few have the nuclear bunkers. That's the truth. It's the truth nuggets. So while you sit there and think, If there is a nuclear war, you might not fucking survive because think of it. First, you need to know the locations where they would target the United States. It's not pretty. And if you do survive, the wind will bring in the radiation, which means you need a potassium iodide tablets. It's like Poppy once said, hope like hell you die in the middle of the night if a nuclear explosion happens. I'm on an island. I don't know what happened. Wind might bring us in. Wind might not bring us in. You see, these wealthy and these... Sorry, let me put it to you in this different term. These public servants that we pay for, they got the comforts in case something happens. They would run with their family to a nuclear bunker. The sheriffs, the police, the mayors, the public works officials, the Congress, the Senate, the governors, the mayors, the president, the vice president, speaker of the House, the members of Congress, and the state and federal levels. Where are you? You're fucking sitting in your house, in your basement, in the middle of middle America, hoping like hell that you could survive in your fucking basement. Go watch that one movie. I can't remember. It's on YouTube for free. Go find it real quick for you so you can understand what I'm talking about. It's 82. The day after, right? It's 1983. So the day after, right? That movie explains families in middle America. The targeted areas was the areas where the Minuteman missile silos or the nuclear silos they launched later, right? The story goes, you know, they were trying to basically make a statement, right? This is what happens, right? They were just saying this is during the Cold War, 1983, right? That the government wanted to ban that. It's on YouTube. You can't find the day after on DVD. You can't find it on VHS. They don't want you guys to see it because they think it's whatever. The thing is now I just finished watching Red Dawn last night, right? Good movie. 40 miles smack in the middle. This reboot was in Spokane, by the way. I thought that was funny, right? With Thor. The thing is, just think about it. Think about it. You guys don't know how to handle yourself in a nuclear war. There would be people in our apartment complex scrambling to kick down people's doors in the lower level basement levels to survive because the ground level is not safe. But here, we're all concreted in. You do the math, people. They'd be kicking down my fucking door to get into my basement because they don't want to be nuked if it happened. Go down the hill, you got other apartments, lower level. They might not survive because it's ground level. And then there's an upper level. We're in the fucking ground. We're what we call the bunker where I live, right? Think about it. I might survive, maybe. But all those fucking politicians, they're going to claim they're the chosen one because God wants them in a bunker made of steel and lead with 10 years of food. It also depends on if they use a nuclear bomb or a tactical nuke. Now, remember, Nagasaki and Hiroshima was built with stick and wood and paper. That's why it burned. Nowadays, a lot of places, parking garages, concrete backyards, concrete jungles, big cities, LA, Seattle, Chicago, New York, Washington, D.C., all concrete jungles. You got a deep enough bunker, but, I was talking to someone the other day. They were saying if something happened, right, in Portland was attacked, hypothetically, all they have to do is take the entire citizenship and put them in the underground parking lots that go from 2 floors to 9 floors or more. OHSU's got like 6 floors of parking down below in the ground. They get to stay in there. And seal the doors up, leaving very little radiation to get to the 6 floors down because they're way in the ground. See, parking garages help. That's why people don't realize when they build multiple story parking garages. It's not there just for parking your car. It's actually used for one other reason, which no one knows, is for nuclear fallout. Because even if the garage is at level, the wind is not going to get all the way down 6 or 8 or 10 stories down in the ground for your fucking, because when they build it with crane, and then they go as deep as possible, and then they stick steel and everything. And you don't know, but some of these parking garages are lead lined. Why? Because they use it for fucking nuclear shelter. All they have to do is seal the doors. Oh, nuclear thing, everyone down in the basement. They have air vents already going up, so no one knows where, but you can breathe, No, think about it. This is the truth. The truth's in the pudding, people. Thing is, you don't think of why they built these parking garages. You say, oh, why is it so deep? Think about it. I mean, I've had conversations with doctors at OHSU, and they say that's the reason, you see? But a lot of fucking people don't realize this. You have these underground subways, right? Did you know you can survive underground in the subway? Did you know why they built trains underground? That's for one reason. They could use it as a secondary nuclear fallout shelter. You want to know what else they could use? You're sitting there. Okay. You know how they have those really deep underground areas in the cities where you go down several flights like this, down, and then you see a little door and you go into it and it says restrooms and city parks. They built it underground for a fucking reason, people. This is their emergency fallout shelter without telling them it's a fallout shelter. That's the fucking problem with you people. You guys just sit there and say, oh, well, if there's a banking collapse, the government will feed us. No, the government might just take all your fucking food and then give it to the fucking politicians, because the politician and their family comes first because they have a title. You go hungry or get killed because you're not handing over your food to some schmo that didn't even earn it. He's just like, oh, army, take it away from them. They're poor and they're a burden to society. Kill them and take their food. I mean, think of it. How many Democrats out there, okay, work their ass off, believe in moral values? There's plenty, but most of them are fucking freeloading bums. Freeloader bummers. Those freeloader bummers think that the government's just going to keep handing them stuff so they don't have to work. Some of these people think, oh, I don't need to work. I'm just going to be a baby popper. Oh, how many kids you want? Ba-bring. Oh, you want 2? Ba-bring. You want 4? Ba-bring. I gave you 9. We can get 9 kids' mouths feed with food stamps now. No, I got Medicaid because I don't want to work. You see, that's how the fucking most of the Democrats think. They think, oh, if I go to a Democrat state, I can get my sex changed for free, and then I can move back as a woman in a red state. But they go back to the red state after the sex change. What happens? No hormones. State's banned it. Then they say, oh, I'm not going to move back to a red state. I'll stay in a blue state. But then there's a few people in blue states that hear news. Oh, yeah, tranny died because, tranny couldn't live as a woman in a blue state and was whoring themselves out and got killed or whatever, because they found out that their penis was inverted. I mean, think about it. This is the shit that we're going to be seeing in the next 50 to 100 years. They're going to see a lot more shit come down the pipe, and it ain't going to be pretty. It's because you're going to have both sides of the fence fighting for what they believe in. Truth's in the pudding, people. Truth's in the pudding. I don't have to explain over and over what's going to happen. I'm tired of telling you guys what or how to do things. I'm tired of waking up in the morning and telling you guys to keep prepping when you guys sit there and use my show as entertainment, sitting as armchair preppers thinking, oh, the government will just take away Zoe and Pee-wee and Rita and Fanny's and Tildor's and Higgins food supplies and feed me, so I'm going to eat and they're going to die. Ho, ho, ho. Well, I don't know about you, but someone tries to kick down my door, I'm going to use a crossbow in their ass. Literally. They're not going to survive to get my preps, okay? I mean, you can use a fucking air rifle. I know Chris bought an air rifle. You know, he has a reason for it. You know what? Self-defense when it comes to fucking prepping your food, protecting your food. You got to protect what you have. And that's the fucking truth. When people sit there and say, oh, the government will just, really, the government could turn around and say, you're not entitled to, there's a bill out there, if you didn't know, that they can confiscate your preps and give it to the military if the military's fucking starving. Go look it up. It's true. I mean, I've seen this over years. Every time they do the military authorization bill or whatever, they always put in that bullshit where they turn around and say, oh, if you're prepping, we can take your water and your food because, you know, it might need to be given by the U.S. military. I'm sorry, but we prep, you don't. The military can't sit there and buy up every fucking August Farms rice pot or bucket and every fucking food bucket and every fucking thing and buy up hundreds and hundreds of cows and hundreds of beef and chicken and pork and lamb and thousands and allocate or have the military start their own farms and say, okay, you guys were farmers, you joined the military, okay, you can run our farm division. You can run out and harvest our wheat, grow our rye. We need to be self-sufficient. No, they just import it because, oh, well, it's cheaper. But what if we can't import anymore? What if the world says, no, we're not giving you our grain because you didn't plant enough, and other countries do the same. So other countries fail because you see, the problem with the countries is this, okay? I'll tell you what the fucking problem is with the fucking country, okay? Every country relies on another country for their goods. Yeah. So if every country is relying on others and other countries stop supplying it, those countries would fucking fail. Why? Because they turn around and they say, oh, U.S. needs 100 billion pounds of, I'm just hypothetically, 100 billion pounds of grain to feed their people. Or 100 billion gallons of oil a year to fuel their cars. Think about it. The countries are using their resources not sparingly, and they're not thinking about prepping. So some countries say, oh, we can grow this stuff better than what you can. We'll do a trade, and that could work, but as long as the United States is self-sufficient, or Europe, or Australia, or New Zealand, or Asia, or Canada, or whatever. I mean, Africa. I mean, think of it this way. When you basically turn around and you basically rely on other countries, Hopper appreciates me. Happy Sunday. Okay, thanks, Higgins. Yeah. So the bottom line is think about it. Higgins brought it up last night. There is going to be a fucking banking, and people are going to make runs to the bank, but that's the tip of the iceberg. I mean, anything else could happen in between. We are not a self-sufficient country. There is shipping problems. Amazon's delaying. Target's delaying. Walmart's making it so if you're a member, you can get your stuff picked up. But most people should cancel their Walmart memberships because no one wants to go to Walmart to get fucking groceries 80 miles round trip. You appreciate me, Boon Boon, huh? Yeah, mommy. You know what? Higgins did make a statement the other day. I better just take care of this now because I can see it. Not much left. Here we go, Evo. He had a little bit left, but you know what? It's always good to keep still. Fresh water. So, my point being, everyone, is think about it. Chew on it. The American people the American people are going to see some serious shit if they don't get their act together. And we, the preppers, aren't going to be supporting you freeloading bums. We're not going to lose our preps to some fucking jackass son of a bitch that turns around and says, oh, and if the government did confiscate our goods, they would just basically make us communists where they'd be doling out what we can and can't have. Hell, they might just take everything you own. Oh, you got 500 cases of paper towels. You can have one case. We're taking the rest. Even though you paid for it, we're going to take it for ourselves. Your toilet paper can have one roll. We're taking the rest to give out to everyone that needs toilet paper. See, the government could do that, but you preppers need to realize, are you going to stand around like preps to be taken, or are you going to defend yourself? You see, these fucking freeloading bums that turn around in the world think that free handouts is what the government's going to do. But let me tell you what the rudest awakening is going to be in this fucking country. Teldor knows it. Zoe knows it. Pee Wee knows it. Fanny knows it. I know it. Higgins knows it. When we're standing around as a unit around the country as preppers, and we followed ourselves to the letter, and the fucking other son of a bitches out there go hungry and shit hits the fan, they're going to realize that we aren't taking shit from no one. And two is, and this is big, those freeloading mooches, the people that want the free sex changes and the free phone and the free internet and the free rent are going to sit on their ass under a fucking bridge with their bellies rumbling because they didn't fucking listen. Because you know who's going to hurt the most? Them and their children, because they didn't fucking prep. They figured, oh, look at, you know, we're so appreciative of the food stamps you give us. Washington State Check the Welfare Office. You should do this monthly until the pandemic's over, or keep it going because of the recession. When they get cut off because the fucking government can't afford the food stamps, and they cut the food stamps off completely because the program, you know, and the government says, oh, let's just do a food box weekly. I mean, think about it. The government's got a deal where they look the other way when food banks buy expired food. They get it for like 10 cents on the dollar. So they buy expired food, and then they give it to people like you to eat. And you're like, oh, this is expired. And then you throw it away. Some people do that. Think about it. Chew on it. Americans. You know, I have a story for you, right? The other day, I emailed a friend of mine, works at a grocery store. I said, hey, how come you're having prime rib and ham on sale this early in the year, right? Well, one, they're closing it out. Makes sense. Two is, they said they don't think, truthfully, they can get ham in, prime rib in, roast chickens, ducks, and turkeys by Easter, by Thanksgiving, by Christmas. Think about it. If they're admitting to me, the biggest prepper on this island, that they're selling hams right now at $1.99 a pound because they're trying to sell it, close out. And two is they don't think they can get more. That tells you right there. Think about it. Turkeys? They're just, the grocery store is admitting there's going to be a turkey shortage in 2023. There's going to be a ham or pig shortage in 2023. There's going to be a beef shortage in 2023. Beef, chicken, pork, lamb. Oh, yeah, the Bills is playing tonight with the Dolphins at 11 a.m. No, 10 a.m.? Yeah, 10 a.m. So in about 45 minutes, the game's going to start. Well, you know, that might be good to watch, right? Let me check the NFL thing. Who won yesterday's games? Saturday's wild card games. Okay, so yesterday's game was San Francisco beat Seattle, so they're out. Jacksonville and Chargers. So Jacksonville. So it's Jacksonville and San Francisco. Let's see. They got a little thing here, right? They have like a notice somewhere. It tells. Okay, here we go. No, here we go. Hold on. Let me see. Where the fuck is that thing that they always keep it? Buy tickets. I don't want to buy tickets. I want to see the fucking the skill tree ladder. The standings there. Oh yeah, the playoff picture. Maybe that's what it is. Okay, here we go. Oh shit. The standings, maybe? I wanted to just see where the fucking thing is. They had this thing, right? Showed all the things in the games. Now they took it away, those fucking Peckerwoods. I know what's his name's probably sitting there laughing his ass off. Our friend Teldor, when I say Peckerwoods, I mean fucking Peckerwoods. I mean, literally, I just want to see the fucking bar where it shows who's playing who coming up. And I don't care about trending. I don't care about that. It says right here, playoffs. Yeah, I want to see if there's a thing. It used to be here. Sunday, February, Los Angeles. So they're playing in Las Vegas. I guess they get the money, right? Oh, here we go. No. They don't have it. Damn son of a bitch. They fucking took it away, those fucking peckerwads. Oh well. So apparently today's game is Buffalo and Miami and Minnesota, New York. Cincinnati, Baltimore. Tomorrow is Dallas, Tampa Bay. So apparently they're playing the wild card playoff, standings, stats, playoff picture. Okay, maybe this is what I'm looking for, Super Bowl Arizona, so they're playing Arizona. Great. All right, so clinch the playoff, the Chiefs and the Eagles. Those two are playing, okay? Two is 49ers and Bills, Bengals, Vikings, Jaguars, Buccaneers, Chargers, Cowboys, Giants. Okay, so clinch playoffs, no. Yeah, so eliminated. So guess we'll find out soon enough, right? Yeah. Not that anyone cares about football, but still. Anyways, where was I? So basically, you got these Peckerwoods, right? They believe that the government will bail them out. Those are the ones that's going to get a rude awakening when the shit hits fan and no one can fucking bail them out because they fucking lost their fucking mind when it comes to everything else coming down the fucking pipe, What the hell? Where's my comments? It just fucking disappeared. Those fucking. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So that is the fucking truth, people. The fucking truth hurts. Let me use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, there's more coffee because as soon as the coffee is done, I'd like to get to my game today. That's the plan for you all. But since you guys are here, hey, Mop, you better not have fucking unplugged my damn cable again, you turd nugget. So, to talk to you all for the final part, while I finish up this 12 cups of coffee, I want to tell you I'm grateful for you guys for coming today and spending 4.5 hours with me while we converse about prepping. I mean, there's a lot to think about, a lot to chew on in this edition. One is, what are you going to do, right? Me? Tell me what I'm going to do. I'm going to start gaming. Chloe's going to shower, and then Chloe's going to clean this place. I want to see this fucking place spotless today, and she knows it. Me, I get to lay around because you know what? I didn't make the fucking mess. But we're not here to talk about clothes here. We're talking about prepping. So, you got to ask yourself, how much are you going to fucking prep for? You see, I got tired of the garbage going around on everything coming down the fucking pipe. Yeah. You see. Oh, wow, look at this. 1 like out of freaking 5 hours. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let me see. Did I actually see? Let's see. 113. Oh, wow. I did a lot of videos yesterday. Let's see. 113. Wow. Coffee time with Rita and prepping. Daily planner. Clever Fox planner. Clever Fox budget book. Budget planner. Future reviews and plans. Prepping and more. Food shortages. That was a good one. Coffee time with Rita. Another long video day. I'm sick and tired of this crap. I had 7 comments on that one. I hate freeloaders and moochers. Yeah. And now this one. Yeah. Yep. And you guys are sitting there. 7 comments on the one video? What? How did I get 7 comments? Oh, yeah. Because of I actually like these, but apparently it took away my hearts. Yeah. Yeah, apparently I hearted them and liked it, and it took it away. Yeah, go figure. There we go. So, oh yeah, missed this one. Okay, cool. There we go. Let's see what happens now, right? So I liked and hearted it. The point is I gave you plenty to chew on and think about because, frankly, the American people are tired. They're worn out. They're cranky. There are a lot of people out there that, would rather put their money towards the mega preppers because they think the mega preppers are right when they don't look at the small channels and they look at the person like myself spending 4.5 hours with you this morning talking about the true answers to prepping. Yeah. I mean, think about it. I've given you a lot to think about today, And yes, maybe I am anti whatever, but think about it. I stand by my Republican brothers and sisters when I say get off your fucking ass and work. And if you don't, the government ain't going to support your ass during a pandemic when you run out of food and you can't eat because you were fucking too busy buying steak and crab and lobster and everything else. Oh, which reminds me, I got another story for you. Several restaurants near me are cutting their menus in half and their employees down due to the fact that there is a seafood shortage. Think about it. Seafood shortage. I was talking to a lady the other day, And she said to me, a friend of mine, Rita, you let the preppers know that we have a crab shortage, right? They sell a lot of crab, but if there's no crab, they can't make a living. So right now they can't make a living because there's no crab to come in. No king crab, no Dungeness crab, and no Orpheus crab, also known as snow crab. And lobster is getting harder and harder to get to. So you got lobsters, you got other food. Seafood, there you're gonna see a lot of stuff happen sooner or later where there's not, and a lot of people, another reason there's a seafood shortage, which I forgot to bring up, is a lot of people are on standby for the crab season, right? Crab season's been canceled. Fortunately, pay attention here. That also means seafood's going to be canceled soon because there's a lot of people are trying to bring in fish and they can't. The Indians, they can fish all they want and be like, oh, yeah, we smoke it and we sell it to you. Fine. But the companies that have the commercial fishing boats, they're not bringing in their loads right now because A, fuel shortage, B, fuel costs, and C is, they have to raise the price on food. I mean, let me just tell you, there's a place here that I support, okay? Big friends of mine. It's called Pike Place Fish. You can go on Goldbelly and you can order nationwide foods, right? So you go here and you go to gift packs, right? Let me just show you gift packs. Wild halibut, right? $140. King salmon, $150. Dungeness crab, $245, right? You look at all this. 4-pack. See, they used to sell 20 pounds of king crab. Me and Chloe bought a couple boxes at one time. We ate it all. But 4 pounds, $340 for 4 pounds. Think of the crab right now. That's the current thing because of the crab shortage. So they have like meal kits, right? They make meal kits here. But let's just go over to salmon, right? Think of it this way, right? We're just going to talk about salmon. King salmon box, $150. Whole king salmon with head, you got to fillet it yourself, $300. King salmon, 1 pound, $45, already packaged. Steelhead, 6 pounds whole, $98. 1 pound of steelhead, $22. Coho salmon or silver salmon, 6 pound whole, $130. 1 pound, $25. Sockeye salmon, $32 pound. And then they have smoked salmon. 3/4 pound smoked salmon fillet, $60. Garlic pepper alderwood smoked, $60. Salmon candy, $60. So all their smoked stuff is $60. Now, whitefish. See, I'm going down the list real quick. Halibut, $140 for a box. 1 pound of halibut, $40. Chilean sea bass, $60 for Chilean sea bass. Black cod, sablefish, $35. Rockfish, 1 pound, $14. Catfish, $19 a pound. Halibut cheeks, $40 a pound. Dover sole, $15 a pound. Branzino, 1 pound, $16. Rainbow trout whole, Idaho cod, $15. True cod, Alaskan, $17. So when you see some of these fish and chip places and you say, oh, it's so expensive, think about it. I'm not even done yet. I just got to the crab, right? 1 pound Dungeness crab, $25. Used to be fucking $5 a pound. Snow crab, $48 for cooked, 2 pounds. King crab legs, 1 pound, $70. King crab parts and pieces, 1 pound, $50. Dungeness crab, $45 cooked. Medium oysters, fresh live, $20. Dungeness crab feast, $250. Spot prawns, 2 pounds, $70. Dungeness crab meat, 1 pound, $70. Crab cakes, $35, 4 pack. Cocktail prawns, 1 pound, $40. We used to get those for $20 a pound. Gulf prawns, 1 pound, $20. Peeled and deveined white shrimp, $36. Scallops, $44. Geoduck, $40. Kumamoto oysters, $35. Razor clams, $42. Manila clams, $10. Mussels, $10 a pound. Paella special pack, $180. King crab party pack, 4 pound. Used to be 20-pound boxes. Now 4 pounds. They sell 5 pound, 10-pound box. Only 4 now. Smoked scallops, $22 a bag for 1 pound. $15 for shrimp meat. That's for salad. The baby shrimp. Peel and eat shrimp cooked ready to eat. $12. They still have the eyes on them. And oyster shooters, $8 at oyster shooter. And then they have specialty fish, right? This is the special fish. Albacore tuna, $35 a pound. Costa Rica mahi mahi, $20 a pound. Lutefisk fillets, $20 a pound. Ribbon kelp, 1 pound, $15. Smoked New Zealand green lippard mussels, tuna, yellowfin, $40 a pound. Swordfish, $30. You already know about Chilean sea bass and the rest. I don't have to read you half of this. I already read you. But you see the point? Now, I know some people out there don't like fish, but you see where I'm going with this? The fish market is going to have a lot of fish frozen. They're going to try to pass it off and deep freeze it with special freezer packs so they can keep it frozen so it doesn't go bad because of the price. And what they lose, they're just going to raise the prices more. Why? Because fish is now going to be a commodity or a special treat, just like steak. I mean, if you can get a hold of T-bones, buy a T-bone. If you can get a porterhouse, buy a porterhouse. If you can buy a filet mignon, like Zoe likes, buy a filet mignon. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, you got to ask yourself, are you going to prep? Or are you going to sit around and be an armchair prepper and listen to me tell you? I just gave you an entire list, okay, of fish. Now, I'm going to tell you something else. Let me show you something this. All right? Let me just show you this, okay? For example, right? Just for an example. All right? Teldor is talking about something, right? People are taking credit cards. If they have a limit of $5,000, for example, okay? They are, say, $6,000 or $10,000 or whatever, right? They're literally financing whole cows, okay? Now, for what I understand, my sister has 4 whole cows. She's working with a farmer, so she's getting a deal. But if you went online to a basic shop that sells longhorn or regular cow meat, you're paying between $3,000 to $5,000 for a head of cow. Not to mention you're paying $6,000 to $10,000 for a head of Wagyu cow. Longhorn, I think it's like $4,500. Okay, so $4,500, give or take. So it just depends. Some people sell cheaper beef for $1,500 a whole cow. It just depends on what type of cow you want to pay for. I mean, think of it. You can go online and put in whole cows, whole lambs, whole pigs, right? And you can figure out the price, but you got to think about your prepping now. I mean, literally, if you can buy half a cow, buy half a cow. You can buy a quarter cow, buy a quarter cow. Buy what you need to prep now before it's too late. Because sooner or later, I mean, look, we don't have the grain to feed the chickens. We're importing our grain. You know what people are doing? They're taking half the grain and turning it into bread and not thinking about chicken or cattle feed. Then the other thing is we won't have enough. I mean, you saw during the drought, right? Our grain was devastated. Now we got tornadoes and hurricanes devastating our grain. Eventually, you got to ask yourself, when are you going to realize that natural disasters are coming and it's going to cripple this country where you could sit there and prep for natural disasters? But let me put it to you this way. Has anyone realized that when you go as a farmer, I play a lot of farm sim games, okay? The farmer's got to plant the grain, corn. Corn can make ethanol. Corn makes popcorn. Corn makes corn on the cob. Spinach grows with spinach. Every area grows whatever they grow the best. But here's the kicker. I've played enough farming games for 30 years. I know more about farming, I think, than anyone. When you grow something like cotton, you take the cotton and you can turn it into flax. You can do flaxseed and make flax for cloth. You can make cotton to make cotton cloth. You can make strings. You can make yarn. You can make all this stuff with the byproducts of your farm. Now, if you're importing your grain to feed your cows and your chickens and your goats and your lamb and your beefalo and your buffalo and your farm-raised elk and caribou and moose and deer, then you're going to realize that that stuff is not available for some people. Grain's going to get harder and harder to get. Yeah. And that means you're going to see eventually that the average person can't support themselves on their protein habit. Now, a lot of people import, clean, sort, and package dry beans. Beans are a protein. Unfortunately, beans are something that will be scarce sooner or later. Why? Because if we are having natural disasters all the time, that means our grain and our beans, not to mention soybeans, will be harder to get. That means if you have a problem with your food supply, which is now, if you can't import your grain because other countries need it, you can't get enough eggs to make mayonnaise, you can't get enough milk to make your milking cows, you're going to see your milk shut down. You're going to see your eggs shut down. You're going to see your salad dressings. Did you know some salad dressings are egg-based salad dressings, like ranch dressing? Some is buttermilk. And if you can't get enough milk, that means that eventually the companies are going to have to divert half the milk to the store and the other half the milk to the freaking products to put on your salad. Think about it. You sit there and say, oh, think about it. When a farmer grows his crops, he's growing for whatever bumper crops he can get. But what happens if there is no bumper crop? Think about it. Ponder it. Chew on it. Everything the farmer grows is for us, but half the stuff gets sent to other countries in exchange for other grains. And yet, some people don't think anything of the farmer. They think the farmer is greedy. The farmer is greedy. I personally think the farmer is not greedy. I think the farmer is doing his job. Yeah, think about it. Think about it. Everyone has things to think about. I'm no exception. When you turn around and you look at and you think about the rant I did today, makes you wonder. All these people saying Democrats getting freebies. Oh, we're in the land of milk and honey. Yeah, for giving it to illegals and freeloading moochers that don't earn a fucking thing in their life. I grew up. You want something, you earn it. You work towards it. That's why I got the budget books for myself. But I'm doing my damnedest, and it ain't good. I'm doing my damnedest. And yet, I love all of you. And yet, some of you want to mock me. And yet, there's people out there that know that I have a good heart. And I gave you plenty to chew on and think about today in today's lesson, which is focus on what matters. You can get a half a cow, quarter cow, 3/4 cow, do it. You can get a whole pig, do it. You can get a whole lamb, do it. Eventually, you're not going to have any protein meats. Every farmer has to basically supply the grain needed to make your flour, to make your yeast, to make your noodles, to make your ramen. Farmers grow it, but if the crops are bad, prices go up because they have to import it. But you guys don't think about what the farmers think about. You think all about yourself. Oh, I'm going to vote Republican because the prices are so high. Have you ever thought that it's not the farmers or the Republicans' fault? It's the fucking fault of the natural disasters, or we rely on other foreign aid or foreign borders to get us through the country? No, I guess not then. Well, that's what I got to say about that, I guess. Think about it. Chew on it. I, on the other hand, I'm wondering why Zoe hasn't come on today. That's an interesting concept. Oh, well, it's Sunday. We both agreed no work today. But, I'm not working. I'm just basically telling you, I love the comments that Teldor is basically messaging. The thing is, it's not Teldor's fault. And, so Teldor is watching, So he says, I love halibut, $40 for a pound. Holy shit, nuggets. I hope I win the Mega Million so I can buy us some halibut, grass-raised T-bones. Let the frickin' Democrats and Sleepy Joe eat bugs and veggie burgers. The twat waffle knuckleheads. Well, I guess Teldor is watching, so he's basically commenting on a different channel because I'm still live. So, but that's what the price of fish is. But beef's going to get the same, and then people won't be able to afford beef. I mean, think about it. When people start seeing, look at the cows. We killed probably 100,000 cows because of drought. That's 100,000 cows we're less of. Farmers in cow states. And yet, eventually you're going to see 10 pounds of hamburgers probably be over $100 or even $200 for 10 pounds at Walmart because no one can afford it. And this is why I keep telling you guys to keep fucking prepping. Yeah, plain and simple. Now, let me just tell you before I go, got to tinkle real quick. I got something else to tell you. Okay. For the final part of my video, I want to talk about a couple things. All right. Yeah, Teldor is watching. So, hey, Teldor, shout out to you. So, I'm going to be logging off shortly because Chloe's going to do this fucking apartment today. She's not going to be on the internet. She's going to be fucking working. I've done my job, okay? So, I got 3 spreadsheets to do tomorrow, I think. Let me look. You know, someone said, oh, it's a waste to have this. No, it doesn't. It keeps me in line. So, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I'm going to be doing spreadsheets. Tuesday, I'm going to take a short day of spreadsheets because Tuesday, I'm making steak and shrimp for Chloe. Actually, Chloe's going to prepare the shrimp. Thank God. But hopefully Tuesday or Monday night, whatever, Chloe's going to run to the store. I think I got to put it under the journal here, store run, because Chloe forgot to get cocktail sauce. So, you know, let me see. We're on this week, right? Right. So, right. All right. So, let's see. Grocery shopping. All right. So, project is by that, right? So, anyway, and then another project is. All right. So there we go. So we still got to buy a week's worth of grocery next week, but we're learning, right? So 3 spreadsheets on Monday. Tuesday I'll do as many as I can. Take a break, and then Wednesday, and then I will do cooking. You guys will probably not see how I do the steak. That's a personal thing. And then on Wednesday I'll get back to spreadsheets. Wednesday, I think Tuesday we got. Oh yeah, this is already done. So yeah, all right. So all right. So anyways, this is this week. Yes, this is this week. So all right. Yeah. All right. So we just set this to this one. Let's see, did we finish everything? Yeah, we did this and this and that. This, and this. Okay. So, and this, and this. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are probably sitting there going, what is she writing? I'm writing up everything I need to do next week. You know, making a couple modifications, you see? Yeah. Yeah. So, mm-hmm. See, this keeps me on my administrative duties 5 steps ahead, as Teldor says. You know? All right. So, don't need to buy much right now. I do have leftovers. I'm going to have my sandwich for lunch once Chloe gets done doing her chores and her dishes. And what was it she was going to do? Oh, shower. Got to make sure Chloe takes a shower. She's got to keep clean. Yeah. Anyways, so that said, you know, I want to tell you guys a story, okay? Because I'm a massive prepper, right? And one of my favorite things I was telling Piper, bless his heart, he's not been around, is I'm into farming sims, right? I like Harvest Moon, Story Season. So, Story Season, Harvest Moon, some of them need strategy guides like this. This is the anniversary, right? So, as a prepper, this is something that's very important, right? I gotta remember something. Is there anything in the book about this? Let me look. So this does the well, what do they call it? The mutations. So different spinaches, this and that, right? Some of them have mutations. Love that. And then you have other things, right? Like let me see if it's in the beginning of the book, right? There should be a let me see here. Mining. Oh, here it is. 88, right? Here we go. So let me just show you this, for example, right? So you can turn around and you can buy recipes, right? And then you gather ingredients and you can cook the ingredients as a farmer, right? You have a refrigerator, you put your stuff in. Chloe's always talking about this, right? You know. So it tells you right here the cooking things: breads, fruit preserves, eggs and dairy, what you can do with it, soups, right? So in my game, I do a lot of cooking to get through the mines. And because of it, fish burger, love the fish burger, yeah. Desserts, right? Pizza, gratins, potato stuff, soups and dips, pasta dishes, salads, drinks, right? So basically, as I buy the ingredients in my game, I stockpile the fridge 500 to 999 items at a time. So I'm always prepped, right? And this is what keeps me going in real life, because when I play it, I'm playing it in a sim thing, but I also know it gives me ideas for you guys. So when I do give you guys new videos, new prepping ideas, it's because of the um of the prepping. And so this is how I get my ideas, and I also am working on other things, like, so currently I'm working on those ideas. So anywho, I need to get going. It's time for me to leave. I've been here 5 hours. Hopefully you have a great day. Enjoy yourself. I'm getting a game. Any comments? Let Teldor comment on this video if he wishes. I'd like to hear what you guys are doing. If you guys want to donate a gift card, you can donate a gift card here. Just go to Amazon and put an e-gift card if you want, whatever amount. If you like my content, fine. If you don't need a gift card. I do this for free. That's why I did 5 hours. But I wanted you guys to chew on some ideas on what's going to happen with the bank collapse and other things that could come down the pipe. And this is why we're prepping. We're not just prepping for natural disasters. We're prepping for everything. Now, a lot of people think nothing's going to happen. We're full of crap. Could be, could not be. No one knows the future. But I'm not taking any chance, and you guys shouldn't either. We preppers got to stick together. Prep like your life depends on it. So, also, there's a donation thing in the Airy Sky Rita channel. I'll get that real quick for you before I go, just in case you guys are interested. There's items in there like new chairs and stuff like that. Tripod. Got to order one of those next month. But the Airy Sky channel is a channel that has things in there. There's also items in there if you're interested in me reviewing, like journals and other items, there's some games in there too, I think, but games aren't really prepping tools. I also will post before I leave the preppers list I made for you all. Shopping carts are in here, planners are in here. There's some movies that, well, they're not really, air fryer. That's not really a item I need, but the thing is so this list here is the Airy Sky list. I'll give you that. Then I'll give you the preppers list, just in case you want um, to go over the preppers list. You can also find the preppers list um, in my About Me page, which again, right click on it and add it to your cart without putting to add to cart, because that goes directly to me and I'm giving you a warning. I don't need the items. I just need you guys to start prepping for yourself. This list took me a long time. I just updated it with planners, scanners, and what else did I put in? Shopping carts and journals and other foods like Hamburger Helper and stuff if you're interested in those type of things. So anyways, those are lists. You can also find these lists and links, the email links, and the preppers list and the Airy Sky list in the About Me page. If you're curious about something you want to buy, I don't have a affiliate link for Amazon, but feel free to purchase what you need for your needs. Keep prepping, prep always. And so it begins. While I do this, I'm going to switch over to this for a second. For my email address, San Juan Island Prepper at AOL.com. Again, it's San Juan Island Prepper at AOL.com and San Juan Island Prepper at Yahoo. If you want to send me gift cards or send me an email, shoot me some shit. Love to hear from you. That's why I got these emails set up for you. It's always there. I don't get any emails. The only email I get from time to time is Mama Fanny. She's awesome. So again, San Juan Island Prepper at Yahoo. And so it goes like this. Please add and subscribe. Please post comments. Please leave feedback and suggestions. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. It's wholesome fun for your family, including your dogs, your cats, your bunnies, your service dogs, your service bunnies. Hit the bell notification. Hit the thumbs up button. Hit the subscribe button. It helps the YouTube algorithm. Also, if you need to contact me via email, you may go to San Juan Island Prepper at yahoo.com. You can also go to the San Juan Island website. I need to update it again, but we have an update there for, blogs and stuff that can guide you on your prepping needs. Again, it's San Juan Island Prepper at yahoo.com. Or you may send me a message on San Juan Island Prepper at AOL.com. Again, that's San Juan Island Prepper at AOL.com. Hit me up sometimes. Tell me how I'm doing. Tell me if I suck. Tell me whatever. I like email, and some people do. Some people don't. Some people just say, eh. So, with that said, everyone, thanks for watching, and God bless you in everything you do.